I'll treasure you, girl. You're all that I've needed, completing my world. You're my love, my life, my beginning. And I'm just so stumped I got you. Girl, you are the piece I've been missing. Remembering now all the times I've been low, show me the way. Let me hear, let me hold right through that door straight to you. You're my love, my life, my beginning. It's you. I will never give up on you, girl. Treat you right every night. Make my move just for you. Wanna do this right. You're my love, my life, my beginning. And I'm just so stumped I got you. Girl, you are the piece I've been missing. Remembering now all the times I've been low, show me the way. Let me hear, let me hold right through that door straight to you. You're my love, my life, my beginning. It's you.
My mama called, seen you on TV. Son said it all changed. Ever since we was on, I dreamed it all. Ever since I was young, they said I wouldn't be nothing. Now they always say congratulations. Worked so hard, forgot how to vacation. They ain't never had the dedication. People hate and say we changed, and look, we made it. Yeah, we made it. Yeah. They was never friendly. Yeah, now I'm jumping out the Bentley. Yeah, and I know I sound dramatic. Yeah, but I know I had to have it. Yeah, for the money I'm a savage. Yeah, I be itching like an addict. Yeah, I'm surrounded 20 badmans. Yeah, but they didn't know me last year. Yeah. Everyone wanna act like they important, but all that mean nothing when I saw my door, yeah. Everyone counting on me, drop the ball, yeah. Everything custom like I'm at the border, yeah, yeah. If you mess with winning, put your lights to the sky. How could I make sense when I got millions on my mind? Coming with that X, I just put it to the side. Ballin' since a baby, they could see it in my eyes. My mama called, seen you on TV. Son said it all changed. Ever since we was on, I dreamed it all. Ever since I was young, they said I wouldn't be nothing. Now they always say congratulations. Worked so hard, forgot how to vacation. They ain't never had the dedication. People hate and say we changed, and look, we made it. Yeah, we made it. I was patient. I was patient. I can scream that we made it. Everyone, everywhere I go, they say congratulations. Young hitter, graduate. I pick up the rock and I ball, baby. I'm looking for someone to call, baby. But right now, got a situation. Nothing old, Ben Franklin. Big rings, champagne. My life is like a ball game. but instead I'm in the trap though. Pot so big, call it Super Bowl. Super Bowl, call the show. Get in the rows. Top floor lifestyle, Huncho imposed. Malone, I gotta play on my phone, eh. You know what I'm on, eh. Huncho Houdini is gone, eh. My mama called, seen you on TV. Son said it all changed. Ever since we was on, I dreamed it all. Ever since I was young, they said I wouldn't be nothing. Now they always say congratulations. Worked so hard, forgot how to vacation. They ain't never had the dedication. People hate and say we changed, and look, we made it. Yeah, we made it.
Last night I cried while looking at the stars. They remind me so much of your eyes. I was in a room full of blinded eyes, and you're the only one memorized. Though I know I have to let go, you are not the one for me. That hurts to know. Oh, I know I have to let go, but I still find myself looking for you in the crowd. Maybe someday I'll see you again, even if it's only in my dreams. That's okay. Foolish of me to long for something that was never gonna be mine from the start. In the first place, but you don't have to worry, because I'm too scared to fall in love anyway. You don't have to run away, because I'm too scared to fall in love anyway.
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. were all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. In other words, I love you.
Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, waiting to start again? Do you ever feel so paper thin, like a house of cards, one blow from caving in? Do you ever feel already buried deep, 6 feet under screams but no one seems to hear a thing? Do you know that there's still a chance for you, 'cause there's a spark in you? You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. A very good morning from Surabaya, and I delighted to welcome you to the Airlangga International Conference 2021. Empowering Youth Readiness for Multidimensional Solution in Post-Pandemic Talk SDGs. It is indeed honor and privilege for me, Ananda Amalia, to be your virtual master of ceremony for today's conference. Before I begin today's event, please allow me to warmly greet to our speaker. May I first welcome to the Honorable Professor Rogier from the Hague University of Netherlands, and the Honorable Muhammad Ammar Hidayatullah, PhD candidate of University of Queensland, and Distinguished Honorary Ignasius Jonan S.A.M.A., Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources. I would like to give reminder to all participants to use your ID name and open your camera and use our virtual background. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin our auspicious conference today, I would kindly ask for individuals from all the faiths or religions to pray in your own ways. Amen. Together, academia, researchers, practitioners, and policymakers who are responsible for delivering idea-to information in projecting the scenario of post-pandemic to SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the Airlangga International Conference 2021, Empowering Your Readiness for Multidimensional Solution in Post-Pandemic Talks SDGs.
The Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, are a set of global goals for fair and sustainable health at every level, from planetary biosphere to local community. The aim is to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity, now and in the future. Sources of data. The UN has established websites to inform the implementation of the SDGs and an interagency and expert group on an indicator framework. We have searched for independent commentaries and analysis. Areas of agreement. The goals represent a framework that is scientifically reviewed and widely included, intended to build upon the progress established by the Millennium Development Goals, or MDGs. There is a need for system-wide strategic planning to integrate the economic, social, and environmental dimensions into policy and action. Areas of controversy. Many countries have yet to understand the difference between the MDGs and the SDGs, particularly their universality, the huge potential of new data methods to help with their implementation, and the systems thinking that is needed to deliver the vision. The danger is that the individual goals may be prioritized without an understanding of the potential positive interactions between goals. Growing point. There is an increasing understanding that sustainable development needs a paradigm shift in our understanding of the interactions between the real economy and quality of life. There will be many social, environmental, and economic benefits in changing our current model. Areas timely for development. We need to develop system-wide understanding of what supports a healthy environment and the art and sciences of making change.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next agenda is singing Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, and Hymne Airlangga. Ladies and gentlemen, Universitas Airlangga is state university located in Surabaya, East Java, Indonesia, and one of the most popular universities in Indonesia. Universitas Airlangga has been ranked 465th in the World University Ranking 2021. Universitas Airlangga also has a large number of students that achieve both domestically and internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Universitas Airlangga. Excellency, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the opening speech delivered by Dr. M. Hadi Subhan, SH, MH.CN, as Head of the Director of Student Affairs Universitas Airlangga. The screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Goedemorgen. Selamat pagi. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Nasi, and the Honorable all speakers, Dr. Sandiaga Uno, Dr. Suharso Monoarfa, Professor Rogier, Dr. Ignasius Jonan, and Muhammad Ammar Hidayatullah. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to the Airlangga International Conference today in Surabaya, Indonesia. We are very thankful to the Airlangga University Student Executive Board as the host in this event. B.P.M Universitas Airlangga, Badan Eksekutif Universitas Airlangga. Airlangga International Conference is a regeneration program of Airlangga ASEAN Plus 3 Youth Conference and Cultural, or what is called as a 𝐂𝐈𝐍𝐵. This event will be held annually, so you may also join this event in the next year or in the year after. It is an honor for us to get such great support from the Hague University Netherlands, PPI, or Perhimpunan Pelajar Indonesia, the government institutions, and the alumni. This year, IIC raised the theme Empowering Readiness for Multidimensional Solutions in the Post-Pandemic through SDGs. The speakers invited to this program are specially presented to increase our knowledge and concern about the key theme of this event, in accordance with the actual practices and trends in the society, which are actually very interesting to learn about. Last but not least, I would like to encourage all of us to take this opportunity to discuss, learn from one another, and to explore creative solutions as the implementation of the event. This is a dedication from Universitas Airlangga to the world. And by the end of this statement, I proudly declare that Airlangga International Conference is officially opened. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Hadi. And the next, welcome to Ms. Sinyi Wulandari as Vice Head of B.P.M Universitas Airlangga.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. The Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasih, as a Head Rector of Airlangga University. The Honorable Professor Dr. Bambang Sektiari Lukiswanto, as Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Students Affairs, and Alumni. The Honorable Mr. Hadi Subhan, as Student Director of Airlangga University. The Honorable wonderful speakers today. First, Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. 2. Mr. Suharso Monoarfa, Head of National Development Planning Agency. 3. Professor Rogier, The Hague University, Netherlands. 4. Mr. Ignasius Jonan, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, 2016-2019. 5. Muhammad Ammar Hidayatullah, student at University of Queensland, Australia. Praise and gratitude we pray for the presence of God Almighty, because until now, we are all still given grace and favors, so that we can gather at this morning in good health. First of all, I would like to thank both the Ministry of External Relations, Student Executive Board of Airlangga University 2021, and the entire committee who have worked hard to prepare the Airlangga International Conference 2021. Today is the opening of the Airlangga International event and begins with an international seminar with the theme Empowering Youth Readiness for Multidimensional Solution in Post-Pandemic through SDGs. The choice of them is certainly very interesting considering that we, as students who are also the younger generation, are required to be competent and responsive in taking a stand, especially in the current condition. As we all know, the whole world is starting to rise from the COVID-19 pandemic, including Airlangga University, trying to take a role suffering from this pandemic. Airlangga International Conference is one of the events organized by the Student Executive Board of Airlangga University as an effort to continue to learn, discuss, and exchange insight in the midst of the COVID-19 recovery condition. The holding of an international seminar today is expected to provide more views and insight for all participants and committee members who are members of it. I also hope that through this forum, Airlangga University can continue to provide input and the best work for the country and even the world. Moreover, the speakers in it are figures with extraordinary knowledge and very interesting to learn. In this regard, I hope this international seminar can successfully and bring benefits to all of us. I apologize if there are mistakes, and thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Singi. And next one, the Honorable Mr. Rofadan Mina Arshada, as Coordinating Minister for Internationalization and Digitalization. To Mr. Rofadan, the floor is yours.
Dear all participants in Airlangga International Conference that are present today, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to send my deepest gratitude to all invited guests, Minister Sandiaga Uno, Minister Soeharto Monarva, Mr. Ignasius Johan, Mr. Ammar, Professor Rogier, and Mr. Hadi Suban, and all committees of AIC and all delegates around the world. As the Coordinating Minister of Internationalization and Digitalization of Universitas Airlangga Student Executive Board, I would like to say thank you very much to our committee who successfully prepare all the need to run this international conference. It's been a great honor to be part of EIC's journey in the past 9 months. I learned a lot from the organized committee. We start AIC from March this year until the day, which is right in 9 December 20 and 21. It's quite a long journey with some dynamic growing process, knowledge in many aspects, and management in many aspects. Right from conceptualize AIC, from its core, we believe that this will a great idea to spread the SDGs with a creative method and revolutionary one. Lastly, as the coordinating minister, I would like to say thank you for everyone that are present here today, especially the committee bodies and division who had worked hard for successing AIC. And good luck for participants, delegates in IC, and we're looking forward your ideas to realize in the future now. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Ramadan. Ladies and gentlemen, before we moving out to the keynote speaker, we would like to show you some video from Universitas Airlangga.
The Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, are a set of global goals for fair and sustainable health at every level, from planetary biosphere to local. The aim is to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity now and in the future. Sources of data. The UN has established websites to inform the implementation of the SDGs and an interagency and expert group on an indicator framework. We have searched for independent commentaries and analysis. Areas of agreement. The goals represent a framework that is scientifically reviewed and widely included, intended to build upon the progress established by the Millennium Development Goals, or MDGs. There is a need for system-wide strategic planning to integrate the economic, social, and environmental dimensions into policy and action. Areas of controversy. Many countries have yet to understand the difference between the MDGs and the SDGs, particularly their universality, the huge potential of new data methods to help with their implementation, and the systems thinking that is needed to deliver the vision. The danger is that the individual goals may be prioritized without an understanding of the potential positive interactions between goals. Growing point. There is an increasing understanding that sustainable development needs a paradigm shift in our understanding of the interactions between the real economy and quality of life. There will be many social, environmental, and economic benefits in changing our current model. Areas timely for development. We need to develop system-wide understanding of what supports a healthy environment and the arts and sciences of making change.
Growing up, they learned different roles for men and women. Mele helped her mum with cooking, cleaning, and childcare, while Jacob helped with outdoor work. He has more free time. Their rigid views of masculine as strong and protective, and feminine as caring and serving, were formed.
If Indonesia allows inequality to remain high, it is not just bad for the poor, but also for the entire population. High inequality can cause lower economic growth and can incite conflict, which hurts everyone.
Everything has become expensive. There is hardly any work. The economy is crashing.
As the world recovers from COVID-19, it's now economies that are running hotter than predicted.
The economy is experiencing a very strong recovery.
We brought this economy back from the brink.
Exploitation in Australia, for example, within the hospitality industry and amongst migrant farm workers. There was exploitation of labor, sometimes in another country. These situations fit the definition of modern slavery, a term that reminds us that such practices are unfortunately still prevalent across the world, including in Australia. The tensions between decent work on the one hand, economic growth on the other, are immense.
The current warming of our planet is not related to changes in solar activity, but the burning of fossil fuels and other industrial and agricultural activities, which have led to record levels of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, disrupting the natural energy balance. This is triggering long-term climate change, including the melting of ice, rising sea levels, increasing ocean and land temperatures, and more extreme weather, such as heat waves. To tackle climate change, solar energy, along with other renewable sources, has the potential to replace fossil fuels like coal and oil as a major source of electricity. Even in cloudy weather, solar energy can be harnessed directly from the sun, and technological advances are making it cheaper and more accessible to millions of people.
over 17,000 islands stretching between two oceans. Studded with more active volcanoes than anywhere else. Dazzling natural beauty and biologic diversity. Discover Indonesia's eco-adventure. Home to one of the new 7 wonders in nature. An extensive network of national parks and nature preserves, protecting its ecology and biodiversity. Boasting fascinating natural diversity and tropical climate all year round. Ecotourism in Indonesia offers a wide range of exciting outdoor recreation. Exploring nature in unimaginable ways. Adventurous journeys through untamed wilderness. A multitude of opportunities to interact with wildlife in numerous national parks across the country. Home to 28,000 kinds of flowering plants and 300,000 wildlife species. Four of the parks have been declared as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. 8 are listed as biosphere reserves, keeping balance between preservation and development. The seascape scenery is as stunningly diverse as the landscape.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving out to next agenda, I would also like to extend a warm greeting to Mr. Sandiaga Uno as Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. To Mr. Sandiaga, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much for unmuting me, and thank you for inviting me to this prestigious event of the University of Airlangga International Conference and Cultural Program, AIC. It is very, very delighted for us. It's very delighting for us to be included in this program by Airlangga University. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Warmest greeting to you all. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The honorable speakers, former Minister ESDM 2016-2019, my very good friend, His Excellency Mr. Ignasius Jonan, SEMA, expert staff on social affairs and poverty reductions, B.P.M, Bappenas, and head of the National Secretariats of TPB SDGs, Mrs. Dr. Vivi Wilaswati MSc, lecturer, The Hague University, Netherlands, Mr. Professor Rogier B.P.M. Buser. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Head of Directorate of Student Affairs, Airlangga University, Dr. M. Hadi Subhan, SH, MHCN, Head of Socio-Cultural Protections Commissions, PPID, Mr. Muhammad Ammar, H, PhD, candidate, UQ, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, yang tidak bisa saya sebutkan satu persatu tanpa mengurangi hormat dan ta'zim. Together with me from Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Ibu Erwita Dianti, Director of Human Resources Development in Creative Economy Department. First of all, praise is to God Almighty that we are able to gather today at the Airlangga International Conference and Cultural Program, AIC, with the theme of empowering youth readiness for multidimensional solutions in post-pandemic through SDGs. May we all be in good health in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. As we all know, the atmosphere in the recent year that was originally marked with big aspirations and real actions has suddenly changed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This event itself pushing us to urgently implement the indicators towards the concept of sustainable tourism, where SDGs can be our reference in building a better world in the post-pandemic. Aside of the pandemic, there are more issues that also need our concern, such as the lack of actions for climate change, habitat destructions. You saw some of the videos earlier, weak public health systems, income and gender inequalities that are increasingly widespread and hinder the progress of the world community. Moreover, according to the Statistic Indonesia, BPS, a total of 16.1 million foreign inbound tourists to Indonesia in 2019 fell around 75% in 2020 with a total of only 4 million visits due to the pandemic and borders closing. Having this major impact of the pandemic, some cities that depend on the tourism sectors try to diversify their economies. And Indonesia, we support the industry through creative economy. So the diversifying the economies is facilitated by the rise of the creative economy. In order to adapt during this pandemic, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy is shifting from quantity tourism to quality tourism, and also the policies of tourism development in accordance with a post-COVID-19 trend to customize, personalize, localize, and smaller in size based on nature and culture tourism within the sustainable tourism framework. The tourism and creative economy sectors becomes a strategic instrument to achieve sustainable development goals and become an integral part of national development through the applications of inclusive, responsible, and sustainable tourism principles. In order to achieve sustainable development goals, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy collaborates with stakeholders in various programs and policies so that the tourism sector is able to improve people's welfare while contributing to preserving the environment, maintaining the social and cultural balance of the Indonesian people. One of the programs is through entrepreneurship. In accordance with global trends, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the goal of sustainable development is the key to economic recovery. Encouraging entrepreneurship is to create the widest possible job opportunities, job creations, and decent work for all women and men. I myself started my career as professional and I switched to entrepreneurial activities after I lost my job in the 97-98 crisis. Through entrepreneurship, I learned leadership. And finally, when I joined the government, entrepreneurship would be the solutions to some of the most pressing needs that we're facing, including environmental issues. Our focus is to achieve quality and sustainable tourism, where there will be more and more community involvement, environmental consciousness, and human resource development. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy has taken approaches, including promoting resilience by fostering local wisdom as unique values and developing tourism human resources with capacity building programs. One of the objectives of tourism development is to protect the environment to fulfill the needs of present generations and future generations to come in a fair manner, as well as to reduce the formations of waste or garbage. It means being responsible for the society and environment. In line with efforts to strengthen concrete SDGs, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy has been focusing in its contributions on three main programs of sustainable tourism developments in Indonesia, namely Sustainable Tourism Destinations, STD, Sustainable Tourism Observatory, STO, and Sustainable Tourism Certifications, or STC, to serve high-quality tourism destinations, including best quality and excellence tourism destinations. Based on the Sustainable Development Report, Indonesia in 2021 is ranked 97th with 66.3 points. Although the results of achieving the SDGs have not been as targeted or expected, it can be seen that there is a gradual increase in each goal and target indicator. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy will continue to encourage and improve innovations, adaptations, and collaborations with stakeholders in order to encourage the quality of programs and strategies for developing tourism and the creative economy in the future to be aligned with Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. As for next year, during Indonesia's presidency for the G20 that is starting this month, the Tourism Working Group, in cooperations with UNWTO, will develop a guideline for a people-centered recovery, which will focus on cross-cutting issues, including jobs creations, strategies towards sustainable tourism implementations, and gender equality. I really appreciate the B.P.M, Airlangga University, for organizing this event to encourage wider engagement, encourage action, encourage achievement of a greater impact on the SDGs. And I hope that this event can provide useful discussions and provide the audience with a coherent understanding of the topic. This event is proof that millennials even started to think critically about our SDGs, because if not us, then who? If not now, then when? Millennials today will be the next leaders of Indonesia, will have to take center stage. In closing, I'd like to reiterate that amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, it is my hope that we can turn the situations into a unique opportunity to recalibrate our marine tourism and design national development frameworks that can fast-track sustainable tourism development in the years to come. Let me conclude my remarks by thanking you once again for inviting me to participate in this event, and I wish you a successful conference. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant all of our wisdoms, and we're all in good health. Thank you very much. I wish you have a fruitful discussions. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thariq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Mr. Sandiaga Uno, Minister of Tourism.
Yang saya hormati adik-adik Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa Universitas Airlangga, yang saya hormati segenap sivitas akademika Universitas Airlangga dan para hadirin, selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera dan sehat untuk kita semua. Izinkan saya langsung share screen untuk menghemat waktu paparan yang akan kami sampaikan dengan topik mempersiapkan generasi muda untuk solusi multidimensi pasca pandemi melalui SDGs. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, serta adik-adik, seperti kita ketahui bahwa Indonesia termasuk satu dari 193 negara yang berkomitmen terhadap pencapaian tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan di tahun 2030. Atau seperti kita sebagai SDGs, Sustainable Development Goal. SDG merupakan kelanjutan dari agenda pembangunan global sebelumnya, yaitu Millennium Development Goal. Dan pada saat Millennium Development Goal selesai, di akhir tahun 2015, kita sudah bersiap menyusun kelanjutannya dalam SDGs. Kita tahu pada saat itu ternyata tantangan global tidak hanya terkait dengan isu-isu pembangunan manusia, namun sudah lebih kompleks, termasuk di dalamnya adalah isu-isu terkait dengan lingkungan, ekonomi, dan juga tata kelola. Oleh sebab itu, SDGs didesain untuk punya area fokus yang lebih holistik, yaitu menyeimbangkan antara sisi ekonomi, sosial, lingkungan, dan juga tata kelola melalui lingkup yang lebih universal. Tidak hanya pada 1-2 negara berkembang, namun juga melibatkan banyak pihak, termasuk juga non-state actor. Sehingga mengupayakan pencapaian SDGs ini sama halnya kita juga mengupayakan komitmen Indonesia dalam agenda yang lain, antara lain untuk Paris Agreement, di mana tahun 2050 kita juga berkomitmen untuk mencapai net zero emission carbon. Nah, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, di dalam SDGs karena cukup lengkap, itu di bawah 17 goal ada 169 target dan 289 indikator dalam 4 pilar ya di masing-masingnya. Nah, karena cukup banyak, kita menerbitkan metadata indikator SDGs yang memuat tentang konsep, definisi, metode perhitungan, sumber, dan juga disagregasi dari data-data yang ada. Ada beberapa tier secara global, ada tier 1 yang menunjukkan bahwa indikator tersebut, konsep dan metodologi sudah jelas, dan dikumpulkan secara reguler oleh setidaknya 50% negara-negara yang ada. Kemudian tier 2, untuk yang tier 1 ini biasanya dimasukkan juga bintang, ya di bawah di belakangnya supaya menunjukkan bahwa itu sudah confirm by global system. Untuk tier 2 ini biasanya diikuti ada A, B gitu ya di belakang indikatornya. Itu adalah indikator yang secara konsep dan metodologi sudah jelas namun belum diproduksi secara reguler oleh banyak negara. Tier 3 adalah indikator yang masih terus dikembangkan metodologinya termasuk juga pengumpulannya. Di Indonesia kita menggunakan juga beberapa indikator yang kita sebut sebagai proxy indikator secara nasional ya digunakan antara lain di dalam RPJMN sehingga secara total di dalam metadata itu ada 289 indikator melengkapi 241 indikator di tingkat global. Dalam pelaksanaannya di Indonesia kita berbasis kepada peraturan Presiden nomor 59 yang saat ini sedang direvisi ya. Nah, berdasarkan Perpres tersebut dibentuklah banyak tim-tim koordinasi baik di tingkat pusat maupun di tingkat daerah. Kemudian kita mengharusutamakan berbagai target dan indikator di dalam agenda pembangunan nasional melalui pengharusutamaannya di dalam dokumen perencanaan. Kemudian juga dalam rencana aksi nasional dan juga rencana aksi daerah yang sudah tersusun sekarang ada di 31 provinsi. Kemudian kita juga menyusun peta jalan roadmap SDGs yang berisi mengenai proyeksi, strategi di tiap goalnya, interlinkages antar goal dan juga analisis terkait dengan financing gap. Kemudian juga ada berbagai upaya untuk melaporkannya baik itu tahunan maupun juga secara berkala melalui voluntary national review di tingkat global. Jadi untuk yang terakhir di tahun 2021 ini pada lalu Bapak Presiden melaporkan Voluntary National Review Indonesia dalam konteks recovery dari COVID. Kemudian upaya pelibatan non-state actor dilakukan melalui pembentukan SDG Center di beberapa perguruan tinggi, sudah ada 25 perguruan tinggi sebagai hub kolaborasi SDG tingkat daerah. Kemudian juga keterlibatan dari pihak perusahaan dan juga filantropi itu dilakukan melalui penyusunan laporan keberlanjutan berdasarkan peraturan OJK 51 untuk menunjukkan partisipasi dari berbagai perusahaan dan juga lembaga keuangan dalam implementasi SDGs. Nah, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, di dalam RPJMN dengan pemahaman SDGs tadi, kita juga memasukkan kajian lingkungan hidup strategis sebagai instrumen analisis kebijakan dan rencana berbagai program dan kegiatan untuk menghasilkan pembangunan yang lebih berimbang, termasuk di dalamnya pembangunan rendah karbon. Di dalam RPJMN tersebut, berbagai keterkaitan dari goal, sektor, dan juga prioritas nasional dilakukan sehingga kita meminimalkan trade-off antara target-target pilar lingkungan dengan pilar ekonomi dan juga pilar sosial. Melalui PP nomor 46, KLHS ini juga diwajibkan diintegrasikan di dalam pedoman dokumen perencanaan di tingkat daerah melalui RPJM daerah dan juga berbagai kebijakan dan programnya. Nah, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, satu hal yang saya ingin tekankan adanya keterkaitan antar tujuan dan target SDGs. Sehingga kalau Bapak dan Ibu, teman-teman tertarik pada 1-2 goal, upayakan untuk melihat keterkaitannya dengan target-target dan tujuan yang lain. Supaya kita bisa memperbesar dampak dan juga memperpendek upaya pencapaian target-target SDGs tersebut, sehingga ke depannya kita bisa melakukannya atau bisa mencapai berbagai target SDGs dengan tepat waktu. Satu hal yang kita lakukan di sini melalui visi misi Presiden yang diterjemahkan ke dalam 7 agenda pembangunan nasional, kita sudah mengintegrasikan berbagai target dan indikator SDGs tersebut. Kalau sebelumnya di dalam RPJMN 2015, 2019 ada 94 target yang diintegrasikan, maka pada RPJMN periode saat ini 2020-2024 ada sejumlah 124 target dari 169 target SDGs sudah diintegrasikan. Sehingga dalam pelaksanaannya tiap tahun berbagai rencana kegiatan dan program di masing-masing kementerian lembaga, sama halnya kita juga mengupayakan pencapaian SDGs sesuai dengan goal dan keterkaitannya di dalam pilar-pilar pembangunan nasional. Oleh sebab itu RPJMN 2020-2024 yang berbasiskan SDGs ini memberikan landasan yang kokoh untuk mewujudkan visi Indonesia 2045, di mana pada saat Indonesia merayakan kemerdekaan 100 tahunnya, kita bisa masuk kepada sebagai kelompok negara berpendapatan tinggi atau negara maju, sekaligus kita mengupayakan keluar dari middle income trap. Middle income trap adalah suatu kondisi di mana negara pada posisi sebagai negara berpendapatan menengah, lebih dari 20 tahun dia tidak loncat masuk kepada kelompok negara maju, most likely dia akan terperangkap ke dalam posisi yang sama. Nah, oleh sebab itu, kita harus membangun landasan yang kokoh dalam RPJMN 2020-2024, supaya kita bisa keluar dari middle income trap by 2036 dan melesat masuk sebagai negara berpendapatan maju pada tahun 2045. Namun kita tahu semua bahwa pandemi COVID melanda sudah hampir 2 tahun ini. Nah, pasca pandemi dibutuhkan pertumbuhan yang lebih tinggi lagi, tidak cukup dengan rata-rata 5,7% seperti sebelum pandemi. Kalau lihat perhitungan yang di sebelah kiri, paling tidak dibutuhkan 6% untuk membawa Indonesia keluar lepas dari middle income trap sebelum tahun 2045 dan kembali on track untuk mewujudkan mimpi sebagai negara maju di tahun 2045. Kalau kita tidak mengupayakannya, kita bisa disalip oleh negara-negara tetangga seperti Filipina di tahun 2037 dan juga Vietnam di tahun 2043. Dampak COVID ternyata mendisrupsi banyak target-target pembangunan, juga target-target SDGs, baik itu di pilar ekonomi, sosial maupun di pilar lingkungan. Di pilar sosial misalnya, 55% posyandu yang menunda layanan imunisasi dan juga layanan antenatal kepada ibu hamil ternyata memberi dampak kepada meningkatnya resiko kekurangan gizi dan juga stunting. Di sisi lingkungan, penambahan jumlah limbah plastik, jumlah limbah medis yang sebesar 20%, menambah beban kapasitas pengelolaan limbah B3 kita yang saat ini juga masih sangat terbatas. Nah, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, ternyata dampak COVID membawa dampak positif. Salah satu ditunjukkan dari terjadinya penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca akibat berkurangnya kegiatan ekonomi pada saat lockdown, ini angka di Cina 25%, dan juga berkurangnya penggunaan transportasi publik, misalnya di daerah-daerah perkotaan, baik itu Jakarta maupun juga di Bandung Raya, yang memperbaiki kualitas udara, termasuk juga kualitas air. Nah, kita belajar dari sejarah di sebelah kanan, ternyata memang pada saat terjadi krisis, terjadi flattening emisi karbon dioksida secara global. Namun kita lihat dari tren peningkatan atau pengurangan emisi karbon dioksida pada saat terjadi krisis, setelahnya itu ternyata meningkat kembali. Sehingga tren secara umum mulai tahun 1960 itu malah terus meningkat. Ya, kalau kita lihat pada tahun 2008 kita mengalami financial crisis, food fuel financial pada tahun 2028. Nah, kita hitung di 2010 ternyata ada rebound sampai dengan 5,9% dari emisi karbon dioksida karena disebabkan oleh stimulus ekonomi dan investasi yang diarahkan kepada industri-industri yang tinggi karbon. Nah, tentunya saat ini kita mengalami krisis secara global. Kita tidak ingin bahwa tren emisi karbon dioksida ini terus meningkat kembali, walaupun pada saat krisis terjadi flattening. Hal yang lain adalah ternyata COVID-19 merevolusi transformasi digital, sehingga mendisrupsi banyak kesempatan di berbagai sektor, yang artinya kita memang ke depan dituntut untuk melakukan perubahan. Dan transformasi digital menjadi upaya atau instrumen untuk mempercepat dilakukannya upaya-upaya yang sudah kita laksanakan melalui berbagai sektor, sehingga berbagai tagihan global untuk SDGs misalnya kita bisa lakukan dengan tepat waktu. Nah, pandemi kita juga belajar bahwa pandemi merubah atau membawa peradaban baru. Pada saat abad 13, pandemi Black Death yang terjadi lebih dari 20 tahun mengakhiri perbudakan di Eropa dan juga sekaligus mengakselerasi renaissance abad pertengahan yang mengakhiri abad kegelapan pada saat itu. Spanish flu di awal abad 19 juga mengakselerasi ilmu medis modern, jadi lahir berbagai imunisasi dan juga awal golden age dari globalisasi. Jadi pada saat itu koordinasi lintas negara secara global terjadi karena adanya pandemi yang mewabah hampir merata di seluruh dunia. Sama halnya dengan COVID, juga tidak hanya terjadi pada 1-2 negara, tetapi terjadi secara global, tentunya menuntut kita untuk tidak hanya merubah sistem kesehatan, tetapi melakukan banyak akselerasi karena banyak hal terdisrupsi tadi, melalui hal-hal baik itu digitalisasi, otomasi, dan juga ke arah upaya-upaya yang green recovery, sehingga tren emisi karbon dioksida betul-betul bisa kita tekan supaya kita bisa mencapai net zero emission di tahun 2050. Oleh sebab itu, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kita punya strategi-strategi untuk build forward better, sehingga pembangunan ke depan bisa lebih inklusif, berkeadilan, dan berkelanjutan. Ada 6 strategi yang merupakan game changer pembangunan ke depan. Yang pertama tentunya mendorong sumber daya manusia Indonesia supaya berdaya saing, baik itu di sisi mendukung ke sistem kesehatan sampai dengan riset dan inovasi. Strategi kedua adalah mendorong produktivitas sektor ekonomi, termasuk di dalamnya adalah produktivitas UMKM dan juga modernisasi pertanian, mengingat pertanian kita masih menjadi basis yang kuat untuk perekonomian. Strategi ketiga adalah ekonomi hijau. Jadi ready or not, kita harus bersiap untuk mengembangkan berbagai strategi yang mendorong pembangunan rendah karbon, kemudian juga transisi energi. Strategi keempat adalah transformasi digital untuk mempercepat berbagai upaya. Kemudian juga integrasi ekonomi domestik supaya kita bisa mendorong pertumbuhan berbagai pulau-pulau ya melalui super hub, dan tentunya pemindahan ibu kota negara sebagai sumber pertumbuhan baru, sehingga kita bisa lebih menyeimbangkan pertumbuhan di wilayah-wilayah yang saat ini masih tertinggal. Kita sudah mengupayakan banyak strategi, namun belum sanggup mengurangi ketimpangan. Oleh sebab itu diperlukan strategi ke-6 melalui pemindahan ibu kota negara ke Kalimantan, supaya salah satunya sebagai sumber pertumbuhan baru. Berbagai strategi tersebut dituangkan ke dalam rencana kerja pemerintah tahun 2022, di mana kebaharuannya kita bisa lihat di sini adanya banyak strategi terkait dengan pembangunan rendah karbon, transformasi digital, dan juga sasaran pembangunan yang ditambahkan untuk penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca. Jadi tidak hanya dipantau dari sisi pemerintah, tetapi juga dari sisi parlemen mewakili masyarakat. Nah, beberapa strategi terkait dengan pembangunan rendah karbon kita bisa lihat di dalam rencana kerja pemerintah dan juga berbagai strategi lainnya, mulai dari menyusun stimulus fiskal hijau yang inklusif. Kita sudah punya green suku, SDGs bond ya, kedepannya juga terus dikembangkan untuk ke arah Blue Bond misalnya, kemudian meningkatkan bauran energi bersih, mendukung transisi sektor industri menuju rendah karbon, antara lain misalnya merubah efisiensi pabrik-pabrik ya supaya lebih ramah lingkungan, kemudian mendorong mobilitas yang bersih dan sehat, melakukan efisiensi energi pada bahan bangunan dan juga bentuk-bentuk bangunan yang ada, mendukung praktek pertanian yang ramah lingkungan, serta tentunya melakukan rehabilitasi hutan dan lahan kritis yang inklusif. Banyak sekali perhutanan sosial yang sekarang juga didorong supaya petani dan juga masyarakat di pinggir hutan bisa sama-sama merawat kualitas hutan. Nah, roadmap untuk net zero emission kita bisa lihat di sebelah kanan ini. Kita bisa punya waktu sampai dengan 2050 sesuai dengan kesepakatan global, atau bisa lebih cepat atau bahkan bisa lebih lambat. Nah, tentunya pelibatan dari banyak pihak, kita bisa lihat bulatan-bulatan di sini menuntut tidak hanya dari program-program pemerintah, tetapi juga peran dari swasta, filantropi, dan juga tentunya masyarakat, misalnya melalui circular ekonomi. Dari satu studi yang kami lakukan, kita bisa lihat dengan menerapkan ekonomi sirkular, kita bisa meningkatkan PDB, menciptakan 4,4 juta lapangan pekerjaan baru, meningkatkan tabungan keluar rumah tangga, mengurangi timbulan limbah, berkurangnya emisi karbon dioksida ekuivalen, dan juga meningkatkan kualitas air. Dari studi ini kita bisa membantu pengurangan sampah setidaknya di 5 sektor kunci. Dari makanan dan minuman, kita sudah bicara, sudah mulai mendorong agar kita mengurangi food waste kita, ya, tidak hanya dari makanan, tetapi juga dari cara mengolah makanan dan minuman, termasuk sampai dengan packagingnya. Jadi retail, plastik, packaging, itu juga pengurangannya perlu didorong. Kemudian juga tekstil, konstruksi melalui bahan bangunan yang lebih ramah lingkungan, dan penggunaan elektronik, ya, termasuk handphone, penggantian notebook yang tidak berbasis bahan elektronik murah kemudian menjadi sampah, ya, tapi dengan bahan-bahan yang lebih berkualitas supaya lebih punya daya pakai yang lebih banyak. Nah, berbagai upaya dilakukan melalui tidak hanya reduce, reuse, dan recycle, tapi juga refurbish dan renew, sehingga mendorong tadi opportunity untuk berkembangnya berbagai inovasi supaya kita dalam konteks industri dan juga dalam konteks entrepreneur, berbagai upaya dilakukan agar pembangunan rendah karbon melalui ekonomi sirkular ini bisa betul-betul mempercepat kita mencapai net zero emission dari karbon. Sektor swasta adalah missing piece of the SDGs puzzle. Nah, upaya-upaya melalui financing ini sekarang juga banyak berkembang, tidak hanya melalui pembiayaan konvensional, tetapi melalui pembiayaan yang berdampak terhadap lingkungan, peningkatan kesejahteraan, misalnya untuk keikutsertaan gender, keikutsertaan para penyandang disabilitas dalam berbagai upaya usaha kita, itu adalah contoh-contoh dari pelibatan banyak pihak dalam konteks pembiayaan. Jadi kalau di sebagian kita dengar ada ESG, Environment, Social, and Governance, itu sama halnya kita juga mengupayakan SDGs financing. Internalisasi SDGs dalam aktivitas perusahaan sudah menjadi tren model bisnis di berbagai belahan dunia. 40% perusahaan telah mengadopsi prinsip-prinsip sustainable business. Sebagian besar ada di dalam isu-isu perubahan iklim, kemudian konsumsi yang bertanggung jawab, ini goal 12, pekerjaan yang layak, kesetaraan gender, dan juga pertumbuhan ekonomi. Melalui banyak upaya yang kita sebut sebagai creating shared value, mulai dari menggunakan energi secara lebih bijaksana, baik itu air, kemudian juga mengupayakan keselamatan pekerja, meningkatkan kapasitas pekerja, dan juga melibatkan berbagai skala usaha dalam supply chain kita untuk sama-sama bergerak menyeimbangkan tidak hanya dari sisi ekonomi, namun juga prosperity dan juga kualitas lingkungan kita. Nah, apa perguruan tinggi kita? Ke depan kita tentunya tidak hanya mengembangkan triple helix atau pentahelix, bisa jadi ke depan n-helix ya, karena peran tridharma perguruan tinggi itu bisa luas, tidak hanya dalam konteks pendidikan, tetapi juga bagaimana mengabdi ke dalam konteks masyarakat melalui berbagai upaya fasilitasi sebagai katalis dan juga pengembangan dunia usaha supaya terkonvergensi ke dalam pencapaian target-target SDGs. Nah, pemuda dari sensus penduduk kita tahu 70% dari usia produktif kita adalah kelompok milenial dan Gen Z. Jadi adik-adik yang saat ini sedang menuntut ilmu dalam waktu tidak terlalu lama, perlibatan pemuda yang saat ini menjadi sangat nyata dalam pencapaian SDGs. Mulai sebagai inisiator maupun juga sebagai kolaborator dan juga dalam konteks bekerja sama sesama pemuda untuk sama-sama mewujudkan pencapaian SDGs. Nah, saat ini kita masuk sebagai era decade of action. Jadi tidak sampai 8 tahun, berbagai target SDGs perlu kita buktikan. Perlu pendekatan yang solutif dan juga transformatif melalui upaya kolaboratif banyak pihak. Tidak bisa hanya pemerintah atau pemerintah daerah atau bahkan parlemen, diperlukan wujud nyata dari filantropi dunia usaha, akademisi dan para ahli serta unsur masyarakat termasuk juga youth ya, pemuda. Kita ada SDGs Youth yang termasuk juga duta-duta kampus yang banyak sekali inovasinya melakukan upaya melokalkan SDGs sehingga keseimbangan 3P yang kita sebut melalui Elkington, Planet, People, Prosperity, sekarang kita bisa wujudkan 5P, termasuk di dalamnya adalah partnership dan peace. Berbagai hal ini perlu diupayakan supaya pencapaian SDGs untuk Indonesia bisa dicapai tepat waktu di tahun 2030. Itu yang bisa saya sampaikan, lebih dan kurangnya mohon maaf. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Miss Sinyi. Ladies and gentlemen, moving to our big agenda, to the Airlangga International Conference 2021, the concern of gender equality have become increasingly prominent in the era of globalization. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Airlangga International Conference 2021 with our first main topic to gender equality.
Growing up, they learned different roles for men and women. Mele helped her mum with cooking, cleaning, and childcare, while Jacob helped with outdoor work. He has more free time. Their rigid views of masculine as strong and protective and feminine as caring and serving were formed.
If Indonesia allows inequality to remain high, it is not just bad for the poor, but also for the entire population. High inequality can cause lower economic growth and can incite conflict, which hurts everyone.
Thank you. Excellency, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to the Airlangga International Conference for today's moderator to Ms. Sartika Sosilowati. It's now my pleasure to introduce our first moderator. Ms. Sartika is Associate Professor at the International Relations Department, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Airlangga. Ms. Sartika finished her bachelor degree with a major in International Relations from Gadjah Mada University, Indonesia. Ms. Sartika also finished her Master of Art and PhD degree in International Relations from the Australian National University, Canberra, Australia. She has taught some lecture courses, including Southeast Asia, People, Politics in International Relations, Global Resolution Conflict, International Politics and Security, Humanitarianism, Gender in International Relations. And her major interests in current research and publication include Southeast Asian regionalism, international security, conflict resolution, refugee and displaced person, also gender in international relations. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Sartika also appointed as the head of Master Program in International Relations Universitas Airlangga from 2010 to 2012, and also from 2017 to 2020. To Ms. Sartika, the screen is yours.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants. Salam sejahtera for us, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, it is my honor to be invited as a moderator at the Airlangga International Conference Forum. And I would like to congratulate to B.P.M UNER, and particularly the head of B.P.M, Mas Muhammad Rishad Fahlevi, and the organization that held this conference. Okay, please let me say that as a supporter of gender equality, I really appreciate that the organizer bring this issue of gender equality in this forum to be discussed. And I think it is timely and very crucial to discuss this issue. We watch in social media and heard and maybe some of us had experienced to some extent the sexual harassment or violence. Yeah, and gender equality is real issue, and we need to deal with the dark side of human behavior, a custom that represent this phenomenon. And I assume that place like our campus, which is supposed to be safe place with educated people, it actually does not immune from this such horrific and cruel behavior. But we are here going to discuss, not to corner or punish particularly manly male or masculinity blindly. Yeah? But I believe that this forum would elevate our sense of humanity, respect, and fairness to all different gender. So, ladies and gentlemen, participant today webinar will present Mas Muhammad Ammar Hidayatullah. Mas Ammar currently is pursuing his PhD at the University of Queensland. Good morning, Mas Ammar, sorry, or maybe good afternoon. Can you please unmute the microphone?
Hi, Ibu.
Hi.
Everyone.
Good afternoon. It is lunchtime for you?
It is actually lunchtime, 12 right now in Australia.
Okay, you are in Queensland right now?
Yeah.
Right. And I think Queensland is 3 hours ahead of Surabaya, yeah?
That's true. That's true.
And Queensland is very beautiful city with the landmark of the river.
Yeah, Brisbane River is one of the
and I guess you enjoy your day in your stay in Queensland, yeah?
Pretty much. I'm thankful actually to be here. Yeah.
Okay. And Mas Ammar research interest in gender and politics and disability rights and ASEAN studies. I really appreciate that several men actually interest to do research in a gender, so not only female, yeah. And he's got the BA from Universitas of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, one of the prominent department in international relations, I guess, yeah. And finished his master degree from the development of practice at the University of Queensland. It's now the place that you pursuing your degree at the moment. So, yeah. So in this forum, he is going to address, I think it's very critical issue concerning gender inequality. And I think this is more important, how to empower women. So the topic title is Economic Empowerment and Gender Inequality. What drives economic empowerment for women in low middle income countries? So yeah, this is awesome topic, I think, title. So let me tell the technique of the presentation. The presentation will be around 45 minutes, Mas Ammar. So after that, for around 15 minutes, there will be a question and answers. So you can, for the participant, you can submit in the Q&A box that you'll see on there throughout the presentation, or raise your hand later during the Q&A session. And the speaker, Mas Muhammad Ammar, will answer it. So feel free to ask questions. Yeah. So without further ado, Mas Ammar Hidayatullah, you have time and space now, please.
Thank you very much, Ibu. And I think I'd like to share my screen now. And maybe just a little bit heads up that I'm going to present this presentation probably in more or less 30 minutes, so we'd have longer time for discussion. And I think the topic that is given to me by the committee is about empowering youth to support global action on gender equality and social inclusion. So this presentation is pretty much based on the theme that is given to me. And before going forward, I'd like to acknowledge the original owners of the land, the Jagera and Turrbal people in Majan country. And also it is important for me to be more reflexive on my positionality as a man who have and continue to enjoy significant amount of privilege and is feeling disturbed with current situation on particularly discrimination against women and other people. And that's why I guess it is important for us to discuss this topic today. So this is generally the infographics on women globally. As you can see, when we talk about gender equality, it is true that it is not only about women, but it also about men. But then the fact that, which is, I'm going to talk about it later, the fact that women have always been the vulnerable group in this context in regards to the current power relations on gender and stuff. So we can see that women have been discriminated across many sectors. For example, as you can see in politics, women make up half of or more of national legislatures in just 3 nations. As you can see, it's only in Cuba, Bolivia, and Rwanda. And in Indonesia, in our country itself, we only have 20.5% currently women in parliaments. And also, for example, more than half of all poor rural women lack basic literacy skills. So education also is one sector that has been, not accessible for women as well. And then nearly 1 in 10 women aged 15 and over are living in extreme poverty. And we can talk about unpaid care and also domestic work. And women do 2.6 times as much as unpaid care and domestic work as men. And then another important issue as well, we talk about domestic workers. For example, 72% of domestic workers, most of whom are women, and have suffered job losses or reduced hours due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And currently in our country, we see a growing number of violence against women, not only in higher institutions, but all higher academic institutions, but also in other sectors, including in private areas. So I think discussing this topic today is particularly important. And knowing that we are still within the 16 days of activism to eliminate gender-based violence, if you guys notice about it, which will end tomorrow on the 10th of December during the International Day of Human Rights. And yeah, the question of gender, why gender matters and why equality. It is important to think that gender is not something similar to sex. When we talk about gender, I can put it simply as how we live our biological sex. So sex is something that is biological, that is, natural in that sense. But then when it comes to gender, it is something about how do we live our biological sex. So it's more of a social construct rather than something natural and given. And in this context, we also have to think about how the fact of being biological male or biological female becomes meaningful in the broader social, economic, and political context. So gender refers to the way our bodies are endowed within historical, cultural, economic, and religious meanings. And these shape expectations of how we should behave as women and as men. So gender as a social category is used to differentiate positively and negatively between people, shaping how we experience the world. We're talking about privileges and discriminations. And when it comes to social relation that is structured by gender, for example, gender regimes and gender orders, if I can quote Cornell works in this context, gender regimes and gender orders frequently empowers men and subordinates women. So we can see that there is an equal power relation between men and women. And this become particularly challenging in today's world, because of the pandemic. And we see the importance of a normative feminist project as a humanity project. It is something that we talk about challenging the ideas of unequal treatment that aims to expose power relation that legitimate gender inequities or inequality and encourage the orientation of power structure and or transformation of power relations across gender. So we talk about equality, we talk about humanity. It is not necessarily something that would be considered as a particular feminist project, but I would say it is something that we can see as a humanity project. Everyone has to be involved in this project. So that's why equality matters. And another important topic is about social inclusion that is also given to me by the committee. So when we talk about gender, it is also important to talk about other social locations, other social categories that shape the way we live, the way we experience the world. And the term intersectionality itself, if you're familiar with the term, it was developed around 1989 by one of the American Black feminist, African-American feminist, who see that there is an intersection between gender and race at that time, and how, for example, being Black and being women at the same time shape what they can call as double discrimination or double intimidation. And in this context, this concept of intersectionality has been developed and progressed further, and to think about how gender as social relations is intersecting with other social locations such as class, race, ethnic, religions, disability, sexual orientation, or nationality. So we can ask something like, do all men enjoy the same amount of privilege? If you can see in this picture, there's a man with disability, and the experience of this man with disability with men who live without disabilities are completely different. The way that, for example, development project has always been excluding the well-being of people with disability or men with disabilities, then rise the question of social inclusion. And it's also the same when it comes to women. So do all women experience similar discrimination? Do all women experience, become the victim of the social relations, the patriarchal social relations, for example? And when we talk about Muslim women in Western countries, we see that it's not only their gender as a woman that result in discrimination, but we can see also how being a Muslim can be a source of discrimination for them as a woman. For example, this picture representing a Muslim woman in Western countries protesting about do not judge a woman by her cover. It's about the rights of wearing hijab, for example, as their religious identity. So this sort of thing is very important, and how we see, particular issues, not only from the specific gender lens, but to think about gender power relation, we also need to think about social relation that is shaped by other social categories like race, class, ethnic, religions, and so on and so forth. And so now, I guess, because the topic is about gender and development, we see that gender has become one of the important, variables in development project, not only in Indonesia, but also globally, because we see in 2000, in the United Nations has adopted Millennium Development Goals that consisted of 8 goals. And in one of them is goal 3, promote gender equality and empower women. And now in 2015, the United Nations passed or introduced Sustainable Development Goals, which becomes one of the important topic today. And in goal number 5 is specifically targeting gender equality. So when we talk about gender and development, we think about the way gender and development are understood to be interrelated and relevant to each other. So, for example, development projects should be, or development should benefit everyone. So that benefits should be enjoyed not only by men, but also by women. And in different contexts, we can see that men and women should also contribute to development. So how these two things, gender and development, are shaping together and interrelated to one another. So this would require us to think even deeper about what are the problems of development projects today, or whose interests, embedded in development projects that growing today, for example, and tracing back or looking at the trajectory of, gender and development project. We are talking about, long advocacy process since 1970s, when one of the feminist scholars named Baseru, who wrote something about on the participation, Esther Boseru, who wrote something about women's participation in economic development that shaped the global policy agenda and what is called as Women in Development Approach, or WID. And in this particular project, we can see throughout 1970s to 1990s, many development projects simply added women into the agenda. So what matters is that women participate. However, from those projects, we can see that inequality between genders still high and, unaddressed. And therefore, the advocates of gender and development approach, especially in 1995, during the Beijing forum, which was the 4th Congress of Women worldwide, has decided to sort of incorporate a broader perspective of gender to development. So it is about bringing back men into development. We're not only talking about women, we are also talking about men, and how this so-called gender mainstreaming strategy has become central in many development projects across the world. So this is important to talk about, because now we can think of what are the benefits of this sort of strategy, but also what are the unintended consequences from this kind of strategy. As we can see, for example, growing academic literatures have proven the fact that gender mainstreaming has always become a professionalized business. So it is not about bringing equality for men and women, but it's more like, to get money, we have to include gender mainstreaming strategy in our development. But then when it comes to its implementation, it is again and again, women is simply added and steered in the development projects. So it is important to scrutinize when we talk about how this sort of global development project that still prioritize economic growth as something fundamental to national development, which we can see, for example, neoliberalism has one of the agenda that is central global development project, and how feminism, for example, in this context, has always been wanting to emancipate women and to liberate women and to bring equality, is sort of collided. And Therefore, we need to think about care work and economic metrics of immaterial things. For example, when we talk about childcare, it is something that now neoliberal projects has always been advancing, because with privatization of childcare, now sectors can gain more money and more money. Meanwhile, the fact that on the ground, the equality or the power relations between men and women remain unchanged. So there is something that development agencies or us as scholars, as students in this context, to also think about this current trajectory of gender and development project more critically. And this sort of leads to the next discussion on how the pandemic unpacks or reveal the fact that so far development project has always been failed in bringing gender equality. The fact that, for example, after the pandemic, women experience serious damage to work, health and home demands response, and women are most affected by pandemics. For example, research suggested the social and economic economic impact of COVID-19 has been hit harder on women than on men. And also we see the increased number of violence against women, gender-based violence against women at home, at higher institution. And this shows us that there is something that is not working properly in the current system when we talk about how to achieve gender equality. Now, we can talk about global strategies for gender equality. In general, I would say there are 3 types of strategies. One is affirmative action. This is policy that sort of try to correct the unequal field of work. For example, when it comes to politics, gender quotas has been introduced worldwide, not only in 50 countries, but literally, I would say in every country now they have sort of gender quota system to improve women's representation in politics. And in Indonesia itself, for example, since 2004, we have been, the gender quotas have been introduced, and until today, it has always been strengthened, but then we can see how the policy, despite its good intention, remains difficult to actually increase women's participation significantly, because in the past 20 years, gender quotas can only increase more or less 10% of women's representation in the parliament. So there is another thing that we need to think about. What are other challenges that needs to be corrected or that needs to be overcome to address that unequal field of working in parliaments or in politics? And the second strategy, I'd say, equal treatment. So this is when we talk about equal pay policies, that both men and women are entitled to get equal pay. The fact that now men and women, for example, work the same hours, but then women still get paid less than men. And this sort of intervention or equal treatment policy is very important to bring gender equality to reality. And then the last approach is gender mainstreaming, mainstreaming gender, or using or integrating gender lens across development policy and project, also, general legislations. And we can see gender responsive budgeting is one part of the ways in which this government institution can implement gender mainstreaming, because budgeting is important. Without specific gender responsive budgeting, we wouldn't be able to sort of implement particular projects that is benefiting women, for example, or benefiting both men and women equally. So these 3 things combined will potentially, it's important to highlight that will potentially improve gender equality or achieve gender equality. But then having these global strategic solutions adopted does not mean these problems are easily solved. As we can see from the global COVID-19 pandemic, we can see that these three policies are not something new. It has been introduced and implemented for the past, for example, 5 decades, almost a century, you know. But then the fact that gender equality has not been achieved yet, then we need to think about how these strategies can be implemented well, and therefore would achieve gender equality. And we need to also reflect on potential repercussion or potential or unintended consequences that may arise from such strategies. And this is, I think, what can youth do, you know, what youth can do to sort of fill the gaps, to make sure that those three global strategies can be implemented well, can also be, you know, youth can also be contributing to the progress of gender equality. And I would say there are three levels of how we can contribute to gender equality and social inclusion. So in individual level, that is very critical and also very challenging, because I'm also trying to do it well, is to reflect on the ways in which we live our biological bodies, to think about how living in this sort of male body or female body shape our experience, shape our privilege or discrimination. Do we enjoy or have we abused the privilege that we have? Because if we do, then it is something for us to think about. It is something for us to find out the solution, how to change the way we think about our gender roles, our gender expectation, and our gender identities, you know? And so another bigger question is how then, after reflecting on the ways in which these bodies sort of shape our experience, then we can think of how can we contribute to the community. Then I guess what things that we can simply do is be critical about reading and spreading knowledge about gender. Now we see a lot of public debates, for example, on sexual violence against women in our country, in Indonesia. And then therefore it is important for us to, for example, be critical in reading news article, research, books, because now there are many, I'd say, irresponsible actors who are trying to push back the progress that we have been, you know, achieved so far. That these actors who wanted to preserve this sort of patriarchal social relation. So in order to make sure that we can progress when it comes to gender equality, then it is important for us. It is a simple thing to do. For example, you got news on WhatsApp, or, you know, you read on Twitter, and that is very, you know, controversial. And then don't simply just retweet it or don't simply just forward it, but before doing it, think about or confirm, validate the data, validate the news before you're spreading hoax, for example, or before you are triggering a bigger problem. So this is important in community level. And you can also get involved in various social justice organizations or simply volunteering. It can be, you know, because now definitely COVID-19 pandemic has sort of limited the ways we can contribute to, you know, this social justice organization or volunteering, but then we can always attend something online. We can always join the cause online, which are, I think, abandoned now, you know, in numbers. And in society level, I think this is more like me reflecting on my role, and I believe all scholars do, to take part in knowledge production, in how not only, reading and spreading the knowledge, but also to write, to create the knowledge that is sort of supporting the progress of gender equality, and to make the most out of your network. If you are, for example, Telegram, or if you are, for example, have a big influence in your organization, then also think about what can you do to influence this organization to be more gender equal. And another important thing, you can also join, online movement like Me Too movement or Black Lives Matter. So these sort of things are things that we can do as a youth and are important for not only achieving gender equality in the future, but also for achieving social inclusion. So I think that's all from me, and I'll give it back to moderator. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Mas Ammar. I think it's excellent explanation and elaboration, yeah. And I think it gives inspiration for us, student and also participant, to implement gender equality. Yeah? So we have plenty of times, around 34 minutes, for question and answer. So ladies and gentlemen, my student now come to the question and answer question. So I like to have like a 2 or 3 questions from the participant for this first session. So don't forget mention your name. You can raise your hand or writing on the chat, please. There is a lot of issue actually that Mas Ammar bring on this this forum. So any question from the floor? Okay, let me begin. Mas Ammar, you raised some suggestion for you to contribute in realization or implementing gender equality by through the individual action, through the involvement in community and also society. My question: to what extent that Indonesian youth, able to empower themselves as an agent, for gender equality, and do you see there is a challenge that may be faced by themselves, especially for Indonesian youth? I think because it's a lot of a challenge, I think, for Indonesian more than Western youth, because we have a lot of custom behavior, from religion, from family, that sort of, contradictory with the freedom of expression, freedom as a human being, having a human right, having individual, all of things that maybe in Western culture, it is something that, not hamper, being obstacle for youth. So what's your comment on this? Yep.
Sorry. Yeah, I think it's such a great question, Ibu Sartika. And I think the committee also raised a sort of similar question in the chat box, and I might be able to sort of join the 2 questions together. And yes, it's very interesting to talk about how Indonesia particularly can advance, or the role of youth in Indonesia can advance gender equality in the country. And I think there are both potentials and challenges. And of course, considering Indonesian society is very diverse when it comes to culture, religious backgrounds, and all that stuff, then it is important to think about whether gender equality is something that is universal, that has universal standard, for example, as the committee asked. And I guess I personally believe that there are particularities may take place in every specific, spatial and temporalities, because even when we talk about feminism, for instance, feminism in itself is not something that is universal. We have a lot of feminist trends. We have third world feminism, for example, that focused on the ways in which women in developing countries or in third world countries experience different discrimination in compare to those women in Western countries or white women in this context. So that's an important question to raise, because everyone comes from different social points. From what I was trying to say is, for example, when we talk about the progress of gender equality or the situation of gender inequality in countries such as Indonesia or in countries such as Afghanistan, you know what I mean? And we also need to think about not only how patriarchal relations sort of play a role in shaping the experience of women, but we also need to think about how colonization, for example, has shaped the process of this structuring of power between men and women. And that's why the idea of third world feminism, for example, emerge, or post-colonial feminism emerge. So this kind of thing is very important. And what I think from what I've learned so far, the feminist project has one, probably to some extent, has one universal claim, that is to eliminate sexist oppression. But then to eliminate sexist oppression doesn't mean to eliminate tradition, doesn't mean to eliminate culture, doesn't mean to eliminate beliefs. Because one interesting article that I've read, journal article that I've read, written by one Muslim feminist in somewhere from Middle Eastern country, she asked the question whether being Muslim and being feminist is possible. And I guess being Muslim feminist is not something that is new in Indonesian society. There are a lot of organizations, there are a lot of research centers that sort of centralize the idea of equality as the principle of Islam. So Islam has always been teaching equality, or has always been taught equality as their fundamental principle of the religion. And so by integrating or incorporating this idea of equality and position of men and women in society or in household or in the community, then we can also think about how being Muslim in general, not necessarily to be a feminist, is to sort of support this gender equality cause, because Islam has always been teaching us, for example, to treat people equally, to treat people not based on their gender, you know what I mean? So I think this is very important and interesting research conducted by Indonesian scholar who now resided in University of Melbourne, is to talk about the contribution of Indonesian Muslim women, especially those millennials, in using social media, for example, to contribute not only to the idea of promoting gender equality, but also to contribute to development. For example, now hijab has always become one of big fashion industry in Indonesia, and how these Indonesian Muslim women play a big role, not only promoting, wearing hijab is something that is, for example, fundamental for Islamic teaching, but also it is part of the fashion today. So these sort of things, when we talk about hijab back then in Indonesia in 1980s or 1990s, the debate has always been very different. And now I guess hijab or jilbab has been something that is being accepted by youth in the community, and how it is even being well, I would say, capitalized on and become a new business or fashion industry, right? So I think to unpack that big issues, not only, particular feminist project, but to be, a human being, to maybe if I can say it in bahasa, memanusiakan manusia, it is something that has always been part of Indonesian culture, right? Or even in Muslim community, to like humanize people, treat people as they are human. And I guess that would be my response to it.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right that religion factor should be not seen as a threat, or fear, but because religious treat people equal. I think I would like to highlight your comment. So we move to further question from Supriyanto. Can you see from chat? From Lombok. Yeah. Talking about gender equality. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much for such question. And then to be honest, women's political representation is part of my research project in Indonesia. And to think about whether gender has been affecting the position, a political position of men and women, then yes, I guess it is true that women have always been excluded from this sort of highly masculinized institution. When we talk about politics, it has always been considered as dirty, as sort of messy, and then it is sort of not a realm for women to get involved, because women say culture, this patriarchal sort of social relation claim that women needs to be, in realm of private, or in the situation that they are not going to involve or in this dirty and messy sort of politics, then women should be excluded, because we don't want to hamper, or we don't want to what would I say, pollute women's purity, as a pure being, as an innocent being. So women shouldn't be involved in politics. And I guess that's sort of construction of patriarchy inherent in political institution, not only in Indonesia, but across the world. It needs to be challenged, because everyone deserves to get involved in decision-making process. And now, for example, the debate about whether women can lead the country can be, we can think about it in Indonesia in the situation of President Megawati, because before, in the election in 1999 for the Wahid presidency, before that, the debate was to actually targeting whether women can be president or not, or it can be a leader of the country. And then most of political parties in Indonesia, basically Islamic parties back at that day, is that rejecting the idea that women can be a leader, using different sort of, just Islamic justification, like hadith or Quranic verses. I think Anisa, Surah Anisa has become particularly, popular to justify that women shouldn't be a political leader. And then this sort of construction has been changed in the past few decades after, for example, after President Megawati, after Abdurrahman Wahid has been was impeached back at that times. Then all political parties sort of now changed their position and saying that, yes, women can lead the country. And then therefore we can see President Megawati was become the president, the first female president in Indonesia. And so I guess the debate of whether or not women can be a leader or women can be participating in politics is sort of solved in that, religious level, or in that religious realm, because I think many religious organizations like NU or Muhammadiyah, the big ones, or other religious organizations or other political parties have sort of claim that yes, women and women can participate in politics equally, but then that doesn't simply change the situation of equalizing the playing field, because at the end of the day, there are many things involved. For example, money, politics, has been very prevalent in Indonesia, corruption and all that stuff. And that sort of hinder women to be participating in politics or in electoral competition.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah? As a normative, as an idea that women should important position in the political arena, I think it's very important, especially during this globalization. Yeah, and women have a right to show their capacity. Yeah, but in the back state, it's very difficult. The politics is like harsh, dark, hard. Yeah, somehow for women to compete, even for men. Need some courage, strong ambition, and besides some of the capacity and ability to pulling all the resources. Somehow in the back state, it is very, very difficult for women to compete, especially the reality in Indonesia. I think we need to, if we're going to, evaluate the women role and how to empower women in the political arena, I think we need to take it up, in the back state, how actually empower them, In front state, panggung depan is okay, but in panggung belakang, it's very, very hard.
Difficult.
Very harsh,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I think we move to another question from Nanda Alivia. Can you see from the chat what regarding gender equality, should it be an inclusive or exclusive idea in the global society nowadays? I think maybe a little bit similar, yeah?
Yeah, I think we've discussed that question before. Yeah. If I could add, I guess the idea of gender equality should be something that everybody wants to strive for, everybody wants to struggle for, because who wants gender inequality, right? Who wants women to be left behind? Because the fact that involvement of women in development could bring changes not only for women themselves, but for the whole society. So why not involving men, or why not involving men and women? Why not involving both in this development project, if that would sort of give more benefits or advantages for the whole society? So I guess that would be my short answer. And we sort of have discussed that question before. I guess what I want to point it out, Ibu, is the next question by Franz Sinaga, about, I think, online gender-based violence. And if I could address this question right away, then is that okay, Ibu?
Yep, please.
So in PPI Dunia, in the organization that I'm representing today, actually, we are now internally have this still discussing and following the debates and political dynamics on the current sexual violence bill, RUU TPKS, that is happening in the parliament. And then it is very recently, which was yesterday, actually, also this is some political updates for you all, that the legislation body, BALEK, Badan Legislasi in DPR RI, have eventually decided to agree upon the draft that they are going to bring forward for the plenary session, which we don't know when, but then there is a good hope in that sense that there are seven political parties are actually agreeing upon the draft, and it's only one political party that is rejecting the idea of this draft, although some other political parties agreed with comments and notes to be further revised. But then it is important milestone, I guess, for so far, that now RUU TPKS has been progressed politically. And I think one of the important aspect is that in the last draft, I think they haven't officially published it on the website, but then following their meeting yesterday, because it was live stream and you can always access it online in TV Parliament. One of the types of the sexual violence, which was previously agreed there will be 9 types of sexual violence, and then it reduced to 5 sexual violence in the previous draft as per November. But then now they have included the online gender-based violence as one of the types of sexual violence recognized in the draft. So I think that is something important for us to appreciate the parliament in this context, to sort of include that online gender-based violence as crime and sexual crime. And then hopefully in the future we can see that implementation of the law, or hopefully in the future the law could be passed. So with that, I think it is important to also change the society mindset about doing online gender-based violence or online sexual violence, or just simply distributing sex tapes or pornographic sort of videos or photos would now be criminalized as sexual violence or online gender-based violence. So this is one good hope for us.
Okay, thank you. But unfortunately, the legislative didn't pass the sexual violence regulation from gender activities Indonesia. Hope that it will be discussed in 2022. But there is no logical reason why then they didn't pass this legislation. It's such kind of unfortunate. So I think we still have some questions from I think we have a lot of questions. It is from
there are 3 other questions.
From Devi Dian from Manado. Okay.
I'm not sure if I understand the question, to be honest, for Dewi's question.
Because you didn't see the progress.
What is the most influencing for the progress of a leader in our country?
I think maybe questioning the role. What is actually the role of the leaders, in pushing, gender equality in Indonesia, maybe.
I guess if that's the question, then it is first thing first. We can only have one president. That was so unfortunate, right? So at the end of the day, we can only have one gender to lead the country, either men or women. But I'm not too sure if in the future, for example, in this 2024 election, we would have women candidates for president, which is unlikely. But following the political survey, although some women candidates are appearing in the survey list, but then they're still not the preferred top 3 candidates. So it is important to think about it. So what we can hope for is that how, regardless the gender, the president of Indonesia in the future could also reflect on these issues as something that is fundamental for the progress of the country. And without having considered a gender lens or gender equality in development project in Indonesia, the target to be, for example, one of the biggest economic in the world, it wouldn't be fully achieved. And now, as Indonesia is chairing G20, which is an interesting fact as well. And I think next year Indonesia would also chair ASEAN. So there are many opportunities for Indonesia to show to the world that Indonesia is committed to this sort of cause that is good for not only development but also for the progress of the country. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So we move to question from Anggun. Yeah. What do you think about women empowerment will answer the several problems from gender equality, and how the women empowerment will answer it?
Yeah, I guess it is an ongoing project still. Women empowerment is still central because women have always been disempowered by the society with the sort of patriarchal norms and all that. And therefore, I think empowering women not only economically in this context, but also empowering women as political leader, as leader in the society or leader in the community is important. And that way, there are many research, many theories have been developed. For example, political presence theory that would argue that women better represent women because women themselves who know the experience, the struggle, and the needs, the interests of women. Although now we couldn't really generalize because women are not a homogeneous group. It is not one particular type of women. We have diverse women in Indonesia and different needs. And therefore, by increasing numbers of women in decision-making process, in public agencies, for example, is very crucial for at the end of the day achieving gender equality. Yeah, and as youth, I guess what we can do is maybe in the future try to aspire to be women leader for youth, for you, if you are now attending this event, or try to be aspire as a leader who wanted gender equality to be achieved. And therefore you show your actions now by involving yourself in getting involved in social justice organization or women's empowerment causes, or simply, for example, because this is what I've done back at the times when I was doing KKN, community development project, as part of, I guess, a requirement to graduate in bachelor's degree. One of my projects that I led was to empower local women and then to sort of create, small businesses and using their own resources. At that time, we made WINCO. So this women's group eventually has their own community small business group that is beneficial for them. So, and this is the thing that you can think about in the future, or as part of B.P.M, for example. B.P.M, I'm pretty sure, because I was part of B.P.M as well, but the Department on Society Empowerment, or in particularly the women's organization, maybe can, contribute to this agenda. I mean, holding this sort of event and talking about the importance of gender equality is part of that actions. But then we can also think about in the practicality of the project. We can directly involve in the society and then empower them directly, giving them resources, not to give them simply money and then leave them, or simply bridging or building bridges or gapura, for example, during KKN, but we can make more important and useful projects or training for them so that they can be, independent or they can be empowered to sort of develop their own projects and sustainable. And that's what matters.
Okay. Yeah. And then next question, I think is quite interesting from Christopher from Philippines. Yeah. Okay. Can you read the chat?
Yeah.
Mas Ammar, yeah, it's quite long question. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting question, Christopher, and I'm pretty sure from what I've learned, from what I've read, LGBTQ community in Indonesia is not a new phenomenon. It has always been part of Indonesian society decades ago, and this community has always been, within the community themselves. It just now recently there are, this community have gained, a greater exposure, because now they sort of have for advocating their rights and so on and so forth, and to be included in many development projects. And for example, many research have now taken to see whether or not the pandemic affecting them differently. And so this in Indonesian context is not something new. And we have a lot of community, or even in Sulawesi Selatan, we know there's one big research, very interesting, conducted by Indonesian women researcher. I'm not too sure. I can't really remember the name, but then she was working on the gender identities in Sulawesi. And then she found that bisu, for example, that was the name of the gender, was part of historical and part of indigenous culture in the society. And then, so talking about, non-conforming gender identities, for example, is not something new in Indonesia, because it was actually part of the culture. It was actually part of the, the community. But then now we see more political actors are growing, especially after the reform era, and Indonesia is becoming more democratic country. And then that means freedom of expression, freedom of speech, everyone is granted. And therefore, including these conservative people, also have a space, also have a stage to sort of, becoming a critical player in politics in Indonesia. And then I'm not too sure if there is any, but hopefully in the future, this sort of conservative religious groups might be able to acknowledge, or to even acknowledge, the presence of LGBTQ community as their own, as a human, because I think now this group has always been condemned as sexual, not misconduct, but then penyimpangan sexual. So it is sort of mental illness considered by this community, which is, I think, unproductive, not only for the protection of their rights as human, but also for development in Indonesia. So I think this group who sit in the middle, this Muslim or religious group that is not too conservative, that is not too liberal, but then sort of somewhere in between, can accommodate or can also, I guess, again, the question is to humanize human, and is very important in this project. Yeah. And because, I think
okay.
that would be my answer.
Yeah, I think to discuss LGBTQ community, always like gray arena, and it's very difficult to say quite frankly about this issue. But okay, is there any question? One more question? Okay, from Tasya Kiran. So I think this is the last question, hopefully, because the organizer already remind me. Yeah. Okay, briefly, maybe shortly and briefly.
Yeah, I think the actor to advocate gender equality should be everyone, not only confined to youth. And I guess this is my personal revelation as well, I guess. To be honest, I always feel disturbed when these people older generation, but then this older generation should and say that, oh, this is the burden of youth or younger generation to make this nation a better nation. And I think by simply delegating this duty as a burden to youth is not productive as well, because I guess everyone should involve. It is not on bringing Indonesian nation to become a great nation is not the job of Indonesian youth. Maybe it is our job in the future, but then the fact that it has always been emphasized, or that the idea of productive age is matters, Indonesia will benefits from demographic bonus and so on and so forth, has always been claimed by the government, is simply, to me, giving the burden to the youth and simply sort of ignoring the fact that Indonesian government or all people actually have big role, critical role in, advancing gender equality. So not only youth, but every one of us, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's not the duty of the youth. I mean, I'm in the more than 55. I think even adults need to change, because in life we need to change as a better human being. So so I encourage my people in my age to, always become, pro for gender equality every time, even though there is a lot of reluctance, especially in my age, it is quite different compared to you. So I think it's a very awesome presentation from Mr. Ammar, but unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, and also students, we finally come to the end of this webinar. So I'm not going to sum up. Your presentation is quite clear. I think it will be redundant if I sum up your presentation. So I'd like to thank the speaker for awesome presentation, and also for the participant for their active engagement during the session. So hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for you all. And finally, give the applause for the speaker and you all.
Thank you, Ibu. Thank you as well for moderating this event, and hopefully can see you in the future.
Before we close the session, we are going to take a picture. So please turn on your video. Okay, all of you, are you ready? For the organizer, are you ready with the screenshot? 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, finish. Panitia, have you already taken all the picture?
Yeah, it says finish on chat box.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ibu, and all the committee. I'm going to sign out.
Okay. Have a good day. Keep safety and stay healthy. So I have to hand it to the master of ceremony. Goodbye. Selamat siang.
Our second topic, we would like to show you a video which are related to Airlangga International Conference 2021.
Over 17,000 islands stretching between two oceans. Studded with more active volcanoes than anywhere else. Dazzling natural beauty and biologic diversity. Discover Indonesia's eco-adventure. Home to one of the new 7 wonders in nature. an extensive network of national parks and nature preserves, protecting its ecology and biodiversity. Boasting fascinating natural diversity and tropical climate all year round. Ecotourism in Indonesia offers a wide range of exciting outdoor recreation. Exploring nature in unimaginable ways. Adventurous journeys through untamed wilderness. A multitude of opportunities to interact with wildlife in numerous national parks across the country. Home to 28,000 kinds of flowering plants and 300,000 wildlife species. Four of the parks have been declared as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. 8 are listed as biosphere reserves, keeping balance between preservation and development. The seascape scenery is as stunningly diverse as the landscape. Unique eco-friendly resorts, providing thrilling excitement and environmental sustainability. The epicenter of marine biodiversity. More than 600 species of coral, over 3,000 fish species. The natural wonders of Indonesia.
For thousands of years, people have cherished the many wonders of these enchanted islands, inspiring histories of the land below the wind. Astounding relics from prehistoric times are testament to the wondrous age-old cultures. Here, fascinating indigenous folkways live through the test of time, emphasizing the resilience of local creativity and vigor. Magnificent divine temples adorn the landscape, as if forming an exhibition of pervasive spirituality. Religion has always been the cornerstone of life since ancient times. Indigenous wisdoms are traditionally practiced in pursuance of living in harmony with nature, filling the hearts of both hosts and visitors. Funeral rites is a festivity, as much as it is a celebration of life, an occasion to gather family members from all over the world. Rich architectural heritage, shaped by diverse cultural, historical, and geographical influences, recognized as one of Indonesia's true national treasures. Today's legacy of art and craft continues to enrich the culture, playing a significant role in the daily and ceremonial life of the people, adapting wonderful traditional art form to modern times, resulting in popular tourist attraction. Keeping remarkable folk artistic expression alive. As they are embodiment of the locals' way of life. Astounding cultural and historical diversity, where various cultures have crossed paths for many centuries. Impressive variety of numerous ethnic groups. An interwoven history of Indonesia's beautiful diversity. Cultural history unfolds in the landscape.
Growing up, they learned different roles for men and women. Mele helped her mum with cooking, cleaning, and childcare, while Jacob helped with outdoor work. He has more free time. Their rigid views of masculine as strong and protective and feminine as caring and serving were formed.
If Indonesia allows inequality to remain high, it is not just bad for the poor, but also for the entire population. High inequality can cause lower economic growth and can incite conflict, which hurts everyone.
The current warming of our planet is not related to changes in solar activity, but the burning of fossil fuels and other industrial and agricultural activities, which have led to record levels of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, disrupting the natural energy balance. This is triggering long-term climate change, including the melting of ice, rising sea levels, increasing ocean and land temperatures, and more extreme weather, such as heat waves. To tackle climate change, solar energy, along with other renewable sources, has the potential to replace fossil fuels like coal and oil as a major source of electricity. Even in cloudy weather, solar energy can be harnessed directly from the sun, and technological advances are making it cheaper and more accessible to millions of people.
Over 17,000 islands stretching between two oceans. Studded with more active volcanoes than anywhere else. Dazzling natural beauty and biologic diversity. Discover Indonesia's eco-adventure. Home to one of the new 7 wonders in nature. An extensive network of national parks and nature preserves, protecting its ecology and biodiversity. Boasting fascinating natural diversity and tropical climate all year round. Ecotourism in Indonesia offers a wide range of exciting outdoor recreation. Exploring nature in unimaginable ways. Adventurous journeys through untamed wilderness. A multitude of opportunities to interact with wildlife in numerous national parks across the country. Home to 28,000 kinds of flowering plants and 300,000 wildlife species. 4 of the parks have been declared as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Eight are listed as biosphere reserves. Keeping balance between preservation and development. The seascape scenery is as stunningly diverse as the landscape. Unique eco-friendly resorts, providing thrilling excitement and environmental sustainability. The epicenter of marine biodiversity. More than 600 species of coral, over 3,000 fish species. The natural wonders of Indonesia.
For thousands of years, people have cherished the many wonders of these enchanted islands, inspiring histories of the land below the wind. Astounding relics from prehistoric times are testament to the wondrous age-old cultures. Here, fascinating indigenous folkways live through the test of time, emphasizing the resilience of local creativity and vigor. Magnificent divine temples adorn the landscape, as if forming an exhibition of pervasive spirituality. Religion has always been the cornerstone of life since ancient times. Indigenous wisdoms are traditionally practiced in pursuance of living in harmony with nature, filling the hearts of both hosts and visitors. Funeral rites is a festivity, as much as it is a celebration of life, an occasion to gather family members from all over the world. Rich architectural heritage, shaped by diverse cultural, historical, and geographical influences, recognized as one of Indonesia's true national treasures. Today's legacy of art and craft continues to enrich the culture, playing a significant role in the daily and ceremonial life of the people, adapting wonderful traditional art form to modern times, resulting in popular tourist attraction. Keeping remarkable folk artistic expression alive. As they are embodiment of the locals' way of life.
Moving right along, according to point 8 of SDGs, to promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth, ladies and gentlemen, this is Airlangga International Conference 2021 with our second main topic, economic growth.
Everything has become expensive. There is hardly any work. The economy is crashing.
As the world recovers from COVID-19, it's now economies that are running hotter than predicted.
the economy is experiencing a very strong recovery.
We brought this economy back from the brink.
Exploitation in Australia, for example, within the hospitality industry and amongst migrant farm workers. There was exploitation of labor, sometimes in another country. These situations fit the definition of modern slavery, a term that reminds us that such practices are unfortunately still prevalent across the world, including in Australia. The tensions between decent work on the one hand and economic growth on the other are immense.
Thank you. Excellency, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to the Airlangga International Conference for today's moderator, Ms. Chitra Henida.
Thank you for having me. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Is there anyone can hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Good morning, Ms. Chitra. It's now my pleasure to introduce to all the participants for today's second moderator. Ms. Chitra Henida is Associate Lecturer at the International Relations Department, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Airlangga. Ms. Chitra finished her bachelor degree with a major in International Relations from Universitas Airlangga. And Ms. Chitra received her Master of Art degree in International Relations from Flinders University, Australia, with scholarship program from Indonesia Ministry of Education. Ms. Chitra has taught some lecture courses, including International Political Economic, International Institution, Culture and Politics of East Asia, Culture and Politics of Africa, War and Peace Study, also in International Business and Regionalism. Ms. Chitra appointed as a research mentoring program at University of Melbourne, Australia in 2019. And also, Ms. Chitra received Best Paper on Democracy, Election and Politics awarded by Telkom Indonesia in 2014. Ms. Chitra also researcher in Center for Strategic and Global Study, Universitas Airlangga from 2012 till presently. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Chitra Henida.
Thank you for introduction. Hello, welcoming you to Airlangga International Conference second session with me, projecting youth creative and strategic innovation in advancing global economic growth. I'm super excited to have you here. All amazing conversation that we're gonna have today, because our distinguished speaker today familiar to champion in turbulent economic situation, the same situation when we are in the pandemic era. He famous for his achievement to turn a bankrupt company into the most success state-owned that Indonesia has during his leadership on PT Kereta Api Indonesia 2009 until 2014, a state-owned train operator. In only less than 5 years, he has been able to multiply PT KAI profit while earning the status of healthy state-owned enterprise with an A grade, as well as receiving several awards. Our next speaker is living example of creative, innovative, and business growth leader. Our speaker is also one of our alumni. He studied here at the Faculty of Economy
class of 1982, and just last month having inaugurated with honorary doctorate in accounting. During Jokowi presidency, he served as the Minister of Transportation 2014 until 2016, and as the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources 2016 until 2019. Right now, he is a senior advisory to Accenture Indonesia, Chairman and Independent Commissioner PT Anabatik Teknologi, and Independent Commissioner of PT Unilever Indonesia. Honorable guests and participants, without a further ado, please welcome Dr. Ignasius Jonan. Pak Jonan, good day. Pak Jonan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, and you have 45 minutes to present your ideas, Pak Jonan.
Okay.
Okay, so you may start now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, so everybody. So it's good for me in participating in this international seminar conducted by the student body of the university. In general, usually, so I never have a intention or never have a willingness to have speeches in any student body activities in any university in Indonesia. So usually I will ask the dean or the president of the university to have or to chair the seminar for me to have a presentation. But let me try and let me see whether the students of Airlangga University understand the dynamics of the economy in the post-pandemic era. I was told that the presentation will be or as expected to be conducted in English, but I hope so all the participants, especially Indonesian-speaking participants, understand the terms as perfect as we all expect. Before I present my slide presentation, I would like to express my belief that in the post-pandemic era, so the economy will not be the same anymore. And perhaps even in the developing countries like Indonesia and some other developing countries, we may see that a lot of unemployment rising for the past 2 years. But I believe that the move or the shift of the appetite for working from office may also reduce. So some businesses may get impacted, especially in offices or in office buildings or in transportations, as well as the value of the tourism itself may have changed significantly. We can see that not many countries can survive the economy because of the pandemic. Not even the US or the EU, the UK, and the advanced country. Even we see the big or huge economy, like the second largest economy in the world, China is very strict in curbing and in limiting the people movement because of the COVID situation. And it has come some measurement from one variant to another variant that has happened recently. That is one. Second one is I believe that in the post-pandemic era, and especially for the young generations, not my generation, but for the young generation, so maybe all the students here who are participating are much younger than my youngest child. So I believe that the post-pandemic era is the innovation era. So it is not the era of the world of the natural resources. It's not the era of the world of connections or political power and so on and so forth. People are changing, and the world is also changing significantly towards the innovation or towards the creativity of many young generation moving forward. Let me explain how to move the innovation. Can somebody present my slide, please? Okay, thank you. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So this is my first chapter on this presentation that I would like to say that innovation that works. Many people, especially the scholars, like the moderator, who has spent his her entire life in the campus, I believe that innovation must be understood differently in this era of the post-pandemic. Next slide. According to Theo Levitt, so you can find in the social media who is Theo Levitt. Theo Levitt said that creativity is thinking up new things. Innovation is doing new things. Why I put this slide for you, because I believe most of the participants here that I can see in my screen that they are all 252, including myself. So most of them, I hope or I believe that are still students. So this is very important. So if you are creative enough, or if you are super creative in this changing world or the post-pandemic world, that is not enough. For me as a practitioner, if you are creative, you means nothing for me. You must be innovative. You must make innovation. So that's why I believe in Theo Levitt wordings that said that innovation is doing new things. It's not creativity. If you are creative enough, you means nothing in this world. So you have to innovative. So that's the two different things that is very significant. Innovation is the new world in the post-pandemic. Okay, next. This is the second statement that I would like to share with you. So if you're talking about innovation, then I quote Jeff Bezos here. I believe many of you understand, know just Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon.com. He said that if you are competitor focused, you have to wait until there is a competitor doing something. Being customer focused allows you to be more pioneering. This is very, very important in this incoming world, that you must be pioneering. You must be pioneering to be focused and customer focused. This statement for me has been understood since the era of my railways days, and I kept telling my people that we should not wait for the competitor, or we should not evaluate the competitor, because some of my people in the railways understand that well, there is no such other railways company in Indonesia, and so well, that's a very narrow-minded. What I said to them is that the competitor are all public transportation modes, either it's the buses or the airplanes or the taxi or whatever. So, but we should not focus on the competitor. We should focus on the customer. So this is the second term that I would like all of you, the kids here, to understand that moving forward, so the theory of how we compete is quite obsolete. So it is not how we compete. with our competitor, but it is how we focus on the customer. So this is very, very important. Next. This is the third one, Steve Jobs. You know, all of you should have known Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs said that the doers are the major thinkers. The people that really create things that change this industry are both the thinker and doer in one person. Steve, I believe, said this thing because he was one of the mega legends in this IT world or in the computer world, if you would like to say the PC world, since maybe 30, 40 years ago. He said that in this IT world or in the technology world, the doers are the major thinkers. So he believed also that people that really create the things that change this industry are both thinker and doer in one person. So I would like to say here that if you want to succeed moving forward, so that your challenge is different with my challenge when I finished my my study. So it's very, very different. So I finished my study 35 years ago. So not even you were born, not even the moderator was born, I believe. So, but here what I believe, this is the challenge. If you want to survive, if you want to be innovative or you want to lead, so you have to have two quality of character. So one, you become the doer. Second, you become the thinker. So I believe in Steve Jobs sayings here that people that really create things that change this industry are both thinker and doer in one person. So if you're just a thinker, you go back to university and go teaching. If you're just a doer, you will just to become workers for your entire life. So if you want to change this industry, or you want to change the world, or you want to lead the world in your arena, so you should be both thinker and doer in one body. If you ask me, is it easy? So it depends. So it depends. But this is the requirements that I believe moving forward, what you should do. Next. Jeff Bezos again said that in today's era of volatility, there is no other way but to reinvent. The only sustainable advantage you can have over others is agility. That's it. Because nothing else is sustainable. Everything else you create, somebody else will replicate. This is what Jeff Bezos said. Jeff Bezos now is one of the richest men on earth, even after divorce. And what he said that in today's era of volatility, there is no other way but to reinvent. So that's why in this topic, so I would like to emphasize on the invention, because that is the only word that is valuable moving forward in the post-pandemic era. You become inventor, you become initiator, you become creator. Not just creativity, but invention. What he said that the only sustainable advantage you can have over others is agility. I think you understand about the agility. For me, agility means never surrender. So it's up to you whether you want to surrender easily. This is what he said, that because nothing else is sustainable, so everything else you create, somebody else will replicate. So I was a bit shocked last month when I, as a member of the board of trustee of Airlangga University, having had a quarterly session or meeting with the rector of Airlangga University. In his presentation, it appeared that we Airlangga University graduates in general got paid only like 1.5 of the minimum wage in any region in the country. That's the average. So I was a big shock. So that means many of you, if not most of you, do not have innovation spirit. You just find a job that is offered to you. So you do not create something. You do not have a courage to have a new world and so on. So let me tell you one thing. If I graduated from Airlangga University and I was offered a job with a salary that is only 1.5 times of the minimum wage, I will not take it. Okay? So why? Because that shows that you have no innovative spirit. You have no courage to be reinvention. And you have no agility at all. So please think about this. Next. This is the last slide of my first chapter. So back to Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs said that innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not a threat. Nobody in the world likes change. Nobody in the world likes changes. Nobody, including me. So I don't like changes. As a human being, nobody likes changes. But in this volatile world, especially today, especially in the post-pandemic, as I said, that the economy will not be the same anymore. To adapt change as an opportunity is very, very mandatory. Do not treat change as a threat. Change is never be a threat. In my 35 years of career, most of my time, so I push myself to accept any change as an opportunity, not a threat. Now I retire, so I only work in the very limited time as the commissioner, as the advisor, and so on. So I don't have a day-to-day job anymore. So, and I don't regret, because during my full-time era, so most of the time I treat change as an opportunity. So, and you do have to treat this incoming changes as an opportunity for you to grow better, not a threat. If you keep holding on your old belief or old understanding or your old competency, you will be left behind. Trust me about this. Next. I think I won't take 45 minutes. Maybe I take 35 minutes, maybe. But let's see. This is the incoming challenge. This is my last chapter here. And please watch it or look at it carefully. Next. Next, please. Next, please. Let me show you the comparison of 10 largest companies in the world by market capitalization or market value of their shares. If you look at the column in the 2018, the top top 10 largest company in the world was from Apple to JP Morgan. JP Morgan was one of the largest financial institution or banking institution in the world, founded 150 years ago. If you look at the value in 2018, which one is the largest? It's Apple. It's 890 billion in 2018. Now, as of yesterday, Apple worth $2 trillion, more than double of the value within last 3 years. Okay, no other company can triple the value within 3 years. I'm saying about large company, not manipulated stocks or whatever. Okay, number 2 is Google. Number 3, Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook, Tencent, Berkshire Hathaway, Alibaba, Johnson & Johnson, and JP Morgan. If you look at the top 10 in the column of 2018, many of them, except for number 9, number 10, and number 7, many of them were founded not so long ago. Facebook was founded in 2004. Okay, maybe many of you here were born before 2004. So this is the reality. But if you look at the 10 years before, in 2008, the top 10 companies were different companies, or even in a different sector, as I said earlier. So moving forward, that is not era of natural resources and so on. So you look at in 2010, number 1 is PetroChina. PetroChina is the upstream oil and gas company of People's Republic of China. Number 2 is Exxon. Number 3 is GE. Number 4 is China Mobile. Number 5 is Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Number 6 is Gazprom. Russia is a gas company. Number 7 is Microsoft. Number 8 is Royal Dutch Shell, is oil and gas company as well. Sinopec is also downstream, midstream and downstream oil and gas company of China. Number 10 is AT&T. It's a telecom, US telecom company. But just 10 years. The top 10 list in 2008, only one survived in 2018, which was Microsoft. Okay, which was Microsoft. Then you ask me, how about the Indonesian Stock Exchange? Let me tell you one. In 2018, the value of Indonesian Stock Exchange is as big as only one company in 2018 in this list, which is number 8, is Alibaba. So 488 billion. So the value of Indonesian Stock Exchange in total, a few hundred companies listed in the Indonesian Stock Exchange value in total is only about the value of Alibaba in 2018 too. So we should be ashamed as Indonesians. We have a few hundred companies listed in Jakarta or Indonesian Stock Exchange. In total, only worth one company globally, which is Alibaba. Okay, so my advice for young people, especially you who are attending the social sciences schools or studies, do not talk too much. You have to do a lot more than what you talk as young people. So here you understand the era. So the era of natural resources has moved, has gone. There is no natural resources company appear in the top 10 list in the world by 2018. Even though 10 years ago, out of the 10, 6 came from the natural resources. Just 10 years, the world has changed. Next. Okay. This is just recent. This is the let me show you the top 20 companies ranked by current market cap as of September 14, 2021. Apple, if you look at Apple, the market cap is $2.472 trillion. Microsoft still there with 2.2. Alphabet, you know Alphabet is Google. There is one natural resources company up here. It was listed in 2019. The name is Saudi Arabian company or Saudi Aramco. It was founded in the year 1933 by the American and British geologists. It is now owned by the Kingdom of Saudi, which has the proven reserve of oil and gas combined of around 50 times, 50 times of what Pertamina are doing at the moment in Indonesia. 50 times. Okay, it's not 5 times or 1.5, it's 50. So number 5 still Amazon, number 6 Facebook, Tesla now is coming number 7. Why Tesla becoming number 7? Tesla only produced 500,000, maybe now it's becoming 1 million cars in the world. Toyota produced 10 to 12 million. Volkswagen Group produced maybe 12 to 15 million. So if you look at this, so why Tesla? Why not Toyota? Why not Volkswagen? Why not BMW? Why not Mercedes-Benz? Because the innovation comes with Tesla, which is electric vehicles, 100% electric vehicles. It will take a lot more years for large auto companies like Volkswagen Group or Toyota Group or even Mercedes-Benz Group to adjust themselves to become purely electric vehicles company. So that's why only Tesla appears in the top 20. Number 8 is Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited, founded in 1987. The value is 641 billion. During my school days, or even during my early days in my career, I never imagined a Taiwanese company can become in the top 10 list of the global companies, the largest companies in the world. I never imagined that. Taiwan is not a big country. But here, if you look at it, so Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited is at number 8. With the value is 641 as of September 14, 2021. Then you ask me, so what do? They are making microchips for your computers, for electric vehicles, and also for renewable energy. So as of September 14, 2021, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company is larger, is bigger than the whole companies listed in Indonesian Stock Exchange in total or in combination. Can you imagine? Indonesia with 275 million population, 75 years of independence or more, 76 by now. Okay. Has millions of workers. And tired of them listed in the Indonesia Stock Exchange, but the value are much less compared to only one Taiwanese company. Number 9, Berkshire Hathaway is an investment company founded and led by Warren Buffett. Number 10, Tencent Holding. You can follow from the previous presentation. Number 11, NVIDIA is a US-based semiconductor company as well. Number 12, Visa, you know Visa. Number 13, JP Morgan Chase. So Look, JP Morgan from number 10 moved to number 13. Well, they merged with Chase Manhattan Bank into year 2000, but each of them founded 150 years ago. Alibaba went down the value because of many issues, becoming number 14. Yes. Then Samsung Electronics. Then Johnson & Johnson still there. Walmart still there. If you look at the number 7, but look at Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson came down from number 9 to number 16 within 3 years. Number 18, Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy. Number 19, United Health. United Health is like it's a big healthcare company in the state of California or in the West Coast. Number 20 is also semiconductor, Advanced Semiconductor Materials International, and so on. So if you look at the top 20, only a few founded 40 years ago, only a few. The rest are young companies. So you look at them. So what has these two slides told you? Number one is the world is moving into innovation. So the post-pandemic and so on. So I don't want to come to you with the theory of econometrics or theory of microeconomics, macroeconomics, the economic trend, and so on. So I don't want to predict that kind of unclear, for me, is unclear direction. But this is what I understand. Innovation are leading the world now. If you do not innovate, you will be left behind. Okay. So look at Saudi Aramco. Saudi Aramco has like a 50 times bigger than Pertamina, but cannot be number one. Apple will still be number one until today, Microsoft as well, Alphabet as well. Okay. So we know that the retail company are also moving slowly. I'm not saying moving backward, but moving slowly. So then you ask me, so what will be the next movement or the next big sectors to watch or to pursue? What I would like to say, one is renewable energy. That is one. Okay. So focus on the renewable energy. Number 2 is electric vehicles. Number 3 is online businesses. Number 4 is artificial intelligence. Number 5, what is number 5? Is the environmental businesses. It's environmental preservation or environmental businesses. Or how we preserve the world, how we keep that global warming will not exceed 1.5 degree in the next until the year 2200 or 2100 at least. So these 5 sectors will be the leading marching sectors in the post-pandemic or even coming today. You look at this. So the rest, I think, will just become more and more commoditized. But that is my presentation. Thank you very much. So I've taken, I think, 35 minutes. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I hope you will continue with some other speakers, and I wish that my sharing this morning will be quite inspiring for your future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Jonan, for your insightful presentation. Inspiring and insightful presentation. As you said, you highlight that we must be innovative, customer focused, creative people, and reinvent. And there's also five incoming sector: renewable energy, electric vehicle, online businesses, artificial intelligence, and environmental business. There are some questions from the participant regarding about our environment. One is from Nur Ilham. Nur Ilham, can you on your camera? Okay, Nur Ilham. There's no Nur Ilham. Okay. Pak Jonan, can you read from the chat box? Question from Nur Ilham. Our nature is in devastating condition. Many of natural resources has been exploited and humans seem not satisfied with the economy. Does the economic growth is still the best option for the world, or what else? That's one of the questions. Do you want to respond or read all the questions? Pak Jonan? Pak Jonan? Hello?
Okay. The operator muted my speaker.
Oh, okay. I'm afraid that you cannot hear me. Okay, there's several questions in the chat box, and I
will not respond to the question if the person does not appear.
Okay.
In my screen.
The committee said that the moderator should read the question. I'm sorry, I don't know about the technical problem in the committee, so the participant cannot on their camera and speak. Maybe. Nur Ilham. Can you unmute your speaker and address your question?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's my voice here.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I have a question to Mr. Jonan. So today our nature is in devastating conditions because many of natural resources had been exploited, and it seems like the humans not satisfied with it. So does the economic growth still the best option for the world? Thank you.
Can you
Mr.
introduce yourself first?
Oh, yeah.
Where are you from?
Oh yeah, my name is Muhammad Ilham and I'm from Airlangga University, from International Relations and Jakarta.
Okay. Oh, so you are one of my students.
Yeah. Dosen
Please
dosen
respond
bimbingan
to
juga.
the question.
Yes, Mbak Citra.
Yeah, thank you, Nur Ilham. Pak Jonan, you want to respond it?
I understand that you have limited data and information based on your statements. I would like to suggest that please take a look again on the quantitative information of the economic growth priorities and also on the issues of the environmental as well as the natural resources exploitation. Please take a look again, and then I think you need to study the quantitative numbers of the natural resources exploitation if it is in relation to Indonesian activities or Indonesian situation. In my opinion, I think so far, if natural resources based companies are following the guidance or following the approvals for the environmental issues released by the government, there should be no significant impacts on the environment because of the economic growth. I understand your question, but I would like to suggest that you read on the quantitative numbers rather than reading just a popular articles in the social media, because the numbers will tell you a lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you. So you must be critical to yourself before you ask the question instead of the innovative one. And okay, the second question, Francinaga. Francinaga is here. Francinaga. Okay, it's not Francinaga. Rumi Azola. Okay, Dirga, you raise your hands. You have a question. I cannot hear you, Dirga. Dirga.
Hello.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the time and place. I want to send my gratitude to Mr. Jonan for the explicit and quite good economic growth materials that you presented earlier. What I want to ask is that you state
I don't understand your question at all.
Okay, Dirga asks, as a youth, what should they do between innovation?
sorry, could you repeat your question?
What the difference between the three concepts that you raised?
Invention.
I would like to say you focus on those three.
So it's not an option, but you focus on those three.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonan, for the answers.
Okay. Then I move to another participant, Franz Sinaga. Franz?
Two more questions, please.
Franz Sinaga? Or is there Rumi Zola here?
All right, thank you, ma'am. Actually, I don't know why the committee is making silence or is off my mic. Okay. The first thing I want to say something. Thank you to Mr. Jonan for his achievement to build the train and its cleanness program when he's a director of train KAI. Anyway, Mr. Jonan. Well, is it clear, Mr. Jonan? Hello?
Sorry?
Hello,
Yes,
is it
you
clear,
may.
Mr. Jonan?
Yes, yes, you may.
All right. Anyway, I'm Airlangga from Jakarta. I'm a graduate from Christian University of Indonesia. And this is my question, Mr. Jonan. Anyway, in pandemic era, I don't know why our country, Indonesia, is always behind our neighbors to adapt in a developing technology, especially digitalization era. And as we know that the economic creative must need innovation and research, especially for our as short and medium enterprises. And as we know that the Singapore, even they it has no natural resources, but they have a capability to innovate, especially on tourism. They have a solution. They try to make a programs, some programs to make alive their tourism, as such as virtual workshop, or to make a limited seat for international workshop and so on, and economic digitalization. And what do you think about this, Mr. Jonan? What's the problem with our country? Why do we are left behind our neighbors? But we are the great nation. We are the big nation, and it means that we have a bonus demography, and we have more human resources, and we have more millennials. And what's going on with this, Mr. Jonan, in pandemic? This is the great chance for us. We can we can adapt and we can catch all the chances we have. And the second one, if we have the leaders such you and Mr. Jokowi, who really rapid to decide and work, I think we Indonesian becomes the great country. We can compete with China, and as you deliver the concept of modern train, I hope Indonesia can be the mass rapid train. What do you think? I think we do really appreciate what you did in the past, in the several years ago. I think that's all I can say to you, Mr. Jonan, and thank you to Ms. Moderator.
Okay, okay, we get your point. Thank you for your question. So, how to make Indonesia more competitive compared to others ASEAN countries? Pak Jonan?
One more question, last question. So I will reply those two after the last question.
Firdausi.
One moderator, please understand one thing. I need to see the face of the person who asked to raise the question. Okay.
Okay. Firdausi Nurus. Firdausi Nurus. No. Nanda Alivia. Nanda. Or Rumi Azola, maybe. Please on your camera and unmute your speaker.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Chitra. First of all, good afternoon, Mr. Ignasius Jonan. My name is Rumi Azola, and I am from International Relations Students in Airlangga University. Well, as we know that every country, like the third world countries, or maybe like the development countries, has exported their raw materials, such as maybe the nickels or maybe just the coppers and anything else. And I just want to ask what your perspective, especially like, I think it's a few days ago that Jokowi just stopped the exporting raw materials to another country. But in Indonesia, what I've just seen that the raw materials is one of the most economic factors that, it's one of the most economic factors. So what do you think, Mr. Jonathan? What can we do, especially for Indonesia, to grow the economy beside the raw materials? Thank you so much.
Okay, let me respond to the
second and last question first. In my opinion, can produce or make or to add value on their natural resources outputs, it should be better. So stopping the raw material or preventing the export of the raw materials, I think is a very good decision. It will push forward that many industries should generate or should create value added domestically. So we may export as semi-finished products, or hopefully we may export finished product. The challenge is that either we are ready to wait for a few years later in order to give time for the businesses to create value or to add value by setting up processing facilities and so on and so forth. So that is very, very challenging. So whether we can have a patience during this pandemic or not, so it will come back to, it may go back to the state budget, it may go back to the public itself, whether we can sustain while waiting for the value creation to come. But honestly, I'm surprised that those three questions so far from Airlangga University came from international relations people. So is it international relations seminar, or is a university-wide seminar? Because I haven't seen any students from other studies raise the question so far. To answer the previous question that came from a person that claimed from University of Indonesia, so I need to see the person before I give my response.
Fransinaga.
If I cannot see the person, I will not respond to the question.
Please on your camera, Pak Sinaga. Pak Frans. Pak Fransinaga. There you are. Pak Jonan.
Okay. Frans, what do you do? Are you a student, or what is your situation? What is your status? Are you a student or a lecturer or something else? I cannot hear you. It's muted.
Please unmute, Pak Sinaga.
Already done. Well, I'm a graduate from Christian University of Indonesia 2 years ago, and I do really appreciate, and I follow your I follow your achievement. That's great when you are the director of the KAI, and it's really it's really totally changed about the trains problem at the time. I remember 6 or 7 years ago, I do really disappointed with that condition at the time before you rate, or you have before you became a director of KAI. That's why it's totally changed. You're the real agent of change, I think. That's why if such like you and Mr. Jokowi have a rapid to decide giving this as a decision maker and work, I think Indonesia will be the will be the pioneer in the future, and we have to crash all the regulation which are not not giving conducive, not giving running coming more investment in Indonesia. That's all I can say, Mr. Jonan.
Well, as I explained in my presentation, is that if the young generation of Indonesia has the the attitude or has the character of innovation that I mentioned in my presentation, and will not depend merely on the natural resources, will not depend merely on the connection or political power and so on, I believe this nation will grow even faster, will grow even bigger. So if we look at the current situation, I'm not saying all, many of the big businesses came from natural resources, also came from regulation, or came from connection and so on. So I would suggest that, but the era of the political power businesses or the natural resources businesses, or what I call is the licensed businesses, will not sustain even longer. So as I said, so moving forward is the era of innovation. It's the era of what I said is the implemented creativity. So if you're creative enough only talking or writing, I think you will not add something. So my advice is go and make some innovation or go and make some invention for this nation, for yourself, or doing something. So that's why if you look at many inventions today in the renewables or in the electric vehicles or in the online businesses, the value is very big. Thank you very much. And this is the last question.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Jonan, for having us. And
it's a good question.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jonan. Great.
Thank you for all the participants for having here and raise some question. And before we close the session, please on your camera, and the committee asked me to take your pictures together. So please on your camera, and 1, 2, 3. The committee, please help me with the picture section. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, the next slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Third slide. 1, 2, 3. Fourth slide. Please on your camera. 5 slide. 6 slide. We have 4 more. 7 slide. 8. And the last slide. Okay, thank you. Thank you for you all. Thank you, Pak Jonan. See you on the near conference.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, stay
healthy. Thank you very much.
Enjoy.
Okay, and the committee, I will leave the room, the Zoom room. It's okay. So it's all yours.
Thank you, Ms. Chitra and Mr. Jonan, for a very insightful discussion about the economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, following an incredible and enlightening discussion on gender equality and economic growth, through SDGs, I wish everyone is looking forward to our next topic of discussion, which will be about the climate change. Prior to that, we will have an ice-breaking session which will undoubtedly raise this enthusiasm for all the participants of today's conference. But I like to ask for assistance from the committee. Hello, Dirga. I'd like to ask you to lead the ice-breaking session. Thank you, and now the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Airlangga Amalia, for the time. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, all. It must be all an exquisite experience to attending Airlangga International Conference right now today. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Dirga. I'm one of the committee of AIC. Hello, guys. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Today, I will be directing you all directly to the ice break session, which is what? Can you guess what is the game? Which one of you? Can you guess it? What kind of game is it? Anyone? Okay. We'll be playing a game with a title Guess It Game. You know what that is? Okay. Guess It Games. Next slide, please. Okay, here's a very simple game because it's just a short ice breaking. The rules of the game is the first. The MC, which is Miss Ananda Amale, will show you a piece to the participants, and the participants must guess what the picture is. And the MC will say some fun facts about it, and the participant will be given 1 minute to guess what the right picture is. And the participants will there will be three pictures that the participants will have to answer about it. Okay, are you guys ready? Okay, I want you to show your expression in the chat that you are ready right now, or I will not start the game. Okay, I want to see I'm ready to start the game. Okay, there are some of you who said I'm ready. Are you ready so much? Okay. Thank you, guys. I hope you are all with a great expectation with this game. Okay, let's start with the first game with the first pictures. Next slide, please. Are you guys ready? We'll start in 3, 2, 1. Start. It's an easy level. Okay.
This cut of picture from the screen, and you can just answer it on your mic, or even just type in our comment sections.
Okay, Miss Ananda, there are some answers from the participants who answered maybe correctly or maybe wrongly. Okay, but guess what? There are some like Hawk, Frog, Buto Ijo, Huluk, and then what is it? Kodok and something else. This is quite funny and so exquisite and exciting to see. But what is the right picture is that, next slide, please. Yes, it's a Hawk. It's one of the Avengers teams. It's Hawk. Yeah, in Indonesia, you may call it Buto Ijo. That is a frog, it's a kodok, but it's a Hawk, a literal Hawk. Okay. You may guess it so correctly because it is the most easiest level we think with the most suits for you guys. But the next level will be a normal level, which is quite higher about the difficulty. Next, please. Okay, next. What that is? Okay, you may guess it. Yeah, this is one of my favorite movie. Oh, is it a movie? No, is it a character maybe? Or is it a, I don't know. Just guess it. Abdul, oh my God, Abdul apa? What Abdul is that? Okay, Badut, no. Badut, there are some Badut in Surabaya, there are some Badut in Indonesia and all over the world. So I guess it, what kind of that? Joker, you want me to joke? No, I don't have jokes right now. I just okay. Badut, clown. No, it's not about a clown. It must be a special clown. So what is it? Abdul? Oh, Abdul again. Okay. Joker jelek lah. No, it's not Joker. Okay. What is the pictures? Next slide, please. Yes, it's a Joker played by. Can you guess it? Who played it? Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix, the Oscar winner of last year. He's a great actor, but he's a great Joker too. Okay, it's maybe easy, but we can take it the next level. Next, please. What is that? This is the hardest level we think for you guys. So if you answer it correctly, you are the most special participant in this event. Or maybe or you're special or you're not. Okay, let's guess it. Next, please. Oh my God, who is it? I don't know. Is some girls or is it? I don't know. Haswi, cewekku. Oh my God, which cewekku? I don't have girls. Gak kenal. Okay. Apa? We will introduce you guys later. Oh, di Ayunda. Do you know what your point is? Hansuhi, my doi, my twins. Okay. You know, it's not mantap sekali. Mantap sekali is expression. My sister Hanseuhi Andin. Who is Andin? I don't know. I know Anin. I don't know. Ikatan Cinta. Ikatan Cinta is one of my not mine, but my grandmother favorite movie. Not movie, sorry. Susi. Who Susi is? Okay. Okay. Some of you have guessed it. So who is it? Next. Hansuhi. Yeah, she's one of great actors in Korea. Some movies and some TV show and some miniseries that she played in it. So yeah, who guessed it right? It shows you your great enthusiasm of Korean culture and Korean TV shows. It is great for you guys because you're a globalist and you're a man of culture. Yeah, thank you guys. But then, okay. Thank you guys for the ice-breaking session. It must be very short, but I hope and we hope it is a funny and a simple one to ice-break from all hard materials to a little bit colder and a little bit funnier. So thank you guys for having me, and I'll give the floor to Miss Ananda Amala, the MC. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dirga, and all the participants for your enthusiasm for joining the ice-breaking session by guessing the character. It is so much fun, right? Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next topic, the climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change refers to the long-term changes in the climate that occur over decades, which has been create a serious problematic for human future. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Airlangga International Conference 2021 with our last but not least main topic, the climate change.
The current warming of our planet is not related to changes in solar activity, but the burning of fossil fuels and other industrial and agricultural activities, which have led to record levels of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, disrupting the natural energy balance. This is triggering long-term climate change, including the melting of ice, rising sea levels, increasing ocean and land temperatures, and more extreme weather, such as heat waves. To tackle climate change, solar energy, along with other renewable sources, has the potential to replace fossil fuels like coal and oil as a major source of electricity. Even in cloudy weather, solar energy can be harnessed directly from the sun, and technological advances are making it cheaper and more accessible to millions of people.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I can probably say that climate change is one of my favorite topics to discuss about. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to the Airlangga International Conference for today's moderator, Mr. Muhammad Wahyu Syaiful Mubarak. Mr. Wahyu is a research assistant in National Battery Research Institute Indonesia, manager in 𝐂𝐻𝐿 Fake News Filter. Mr. Wahyu finished his bachelor degree with a major in physics, Faculty of Science and Technology, Universitas Airlangga. And Mr. Wahyu had his mobility program in University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia at 2019. He was appointed as Youth SDGs in 2021, YSAI Smart City Workshop in United States of America 2021. Mr. Wahyu also delegation for Swedish Police Boot Camp and selected participants in Pendidikan Kader Pemimpin Muda Nasional by Ministry of Youth and Sport Indonesia. Mr. Wahyu also delegation for Asia Climate Leadership Camp and Global Training of Climate Change in 2020. He also has professional fellowship experience in the Climate Academy in Climate Institute and Youth Environment Assembly by UNEP 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Wahyu.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Ananda, for a nice introduction. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon from Jakarta and good day from all over you guys from around the world. And my name is Wahyu. I will be your moderator for this session, this third session. Welcome to the international conference of Airlangga International Conference of International Seminar from University of Airlangga. It's an honor for me to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, previously we already seen kind of the video that related with our topics today, which is climate change. Why and how the climate change is really matter for today, ladies and gentlemen, because as we know that the climate change today being our mainstream issues, because it's already become our concern in every sector, such as a political and an economical and so on and so forth, because it's not only about when we talk about the natural phenomenon anymore, ladies and gentlemen, it's more than that. It's kind of like a thrilling catastrophe that's threatening our future, ladies and gentlemen. So that also make us think, because several experts say that climate change also as anthropogenic means that in which it constrained by several carbon dioxide that we produce in every day, such as from transportation, aviation, industry, and so on and so forth. This condition, ladies and gentlemen, lead us to one of the bitter reality that we are already facing, that the global the global temperature rises. So the question is, ladies and gentlemen, how and why? I mean, like, what is the matter with this kind of phenomenon? Is that what will be given our future if the Earth is going warmer and warmer during the time? So for delivering, or maybe for give a brief introduction for that, I will cite it one of the speech from Boris Johnson. He is Prime Minister of United Kingdom, in one of his speech in the opening remark of the Convention of Party 26 in Glasgow a month ago. He said that when we add 2 degrees Celsius more, we will jeopardize with the food security around the world for 1 million people. And when we add 3 degrees Celsius more, we will add more devastating events, such as hurricane, and then a drought, and then the heat wave, and so on and so forth. And if we still add 4 degrees Celsius more rather than this pre-industrial level, we will say goodbye to a whole cities like Jakarta, Shanghai, Philippines, and also California. They all under the beneath of the water because of the sea level rises. I think it's really terrifying, threatening issue, isn't it? So responding that, I think the committee and also University of Airlangga will give us this session for discuss more about this climate change issue, because as we know that the economical model for the climate change intervention is, the ecological intervention is still our homework. So we need to discuss more about that. And for answering the million dollar question issues, I'm not alone, ladies and gentlemen, because we already have an expert speaker for today's session. Joining us from the Hague, Netherlands, we have a Professor Rogier. Good early morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, I thought it's still 6:30 a.m. in the Netherlands, isn't it? Wow. Thank you very much for joining us. It's an honor for us to have you as our distinguished speaker for today. But before we dive deeper to this kind of topics, please let me introduce you who is Professor Rogier. The committee, could you help me to share the screen?
Thank you. Shall I introduce myself, or would you like to introduce me?
I will introduce you, Professor.
Okay. Thank you.
The committee? All right. Wait a moment, Professor.
Yes.
All right. So Professor Rogier Boeser is a Dean Business School of the Amsterdam University of Applied Science. I think the CV is the one. All right, I think it's a little bit technical problem. All right, here you are, ladies and gentlemen. Here's our CV of our speaker today. We have a Professor Rogier B.P.M. Boeser. He is Dean from Amsterdam School of International Business, Amsterdam University of Applied Science. He also ever become a research fellow at the Research Center Leiden University, and he also have several experience through the economics and also through the policy related to the ecological. Without further ado, Professor, you have 45 minutes to present your stage, and this virtual stage is yours, Professor. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for the wonderful invitation to your important Airlangga International Conference. Very happy to join you. For me on this early morning, it's here indeed 6 o'clock in the morning. It's still dark outside. It only gets light here around 8:15, 8:30, because it's now December, so our days are very short. It's not so cold, luckily enough, this year, but I'm happy to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation again. I was asked to speak about climate change, and as I work on economics and business-related topics, I've chosen to look at the role of business in climate change. So I will not focus so much on climate change itself, but I will look into the SDGs, into the Sustainable Development Goals, link those to economics and to business, and to see what business and what we together can do to improve the situation according to climate change. Can you please start the slides for me? Thank you. So my approach today is to look at sustainable development by looking at environmental, economical, managerial, and health perspectives. So I will try to take different aspects and all link those, of course, to sustainable development. Can I go to the next slide, please? I'd like to introduce myself maybe a little bit more. I studied here in the Netherlands at Leiden University, and I studied in Japan for a number of years in Kyoto University. And I was specialized in economics, in particular economics concerning industrial organization, how industries are organized. And as you know, in Japan, there's a very strong industrial organization for companies like Toyota or companies like Sony and Hitachi. And from there, I got more interested into foreign direct investment, in the expansion of Japanese companies to Southeast Asian countries, to Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, but also to foreign direct investment of Japanese companies in Europe. And from there, I followed all these companies, and I also see their policies when it comes, for example, to ecological and sustainable development goals. My work experience is both in universities here in Europe, and I worked for a number of years in a research institute of a Japanese bank, a bank in Tokyo, where we studied the doings of Japanese companies and European companies as well. I am here in the Netherlands now working as I was kindly introduced, as the Dean of a business school in Amsterdam University, where I also teach a wide range of topics, amongst those a course on sustainable development goals. And in a moment, I will tell you a bit more about that. My research and publications are also about sustainability, economic growth, and the role of business in particular in there. So I focus a little less these days on the role of government, but I also try to look what businesses can contribute to attaining the sustainable development goals. Apart from being a dean at Amsterdam University, I also still serve as a as a researcher at Leiden University. So maybe we move to the next slide, and if you have any other questions later on, you can ask those, of course. Thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah. The university I'm working for is Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences. It's a very large university with around 45,000 students, students from all over the world, but of course the majority of the students from the Netherlands, from in and around Amsterdam. The school has a long history. You see here a picture of Amsterdam, of an old canal, and I don't show that for no reason. I show that because this university started actually as a school for nautical sciences, for people who work with the seas and with the water, and from there the school has grown. It has, of course, also long history with Indonesia. We have every year a number of students from Indonesia joining as degree-seeking students, but also to our summer courses and our winter courses and our international weeks. We see students from Indonesia coming to my business school, seeking degrees into the business field. One very interesting thing, and that's also my bridge to the topic that I speak today about, is that Amsterdam has adopted Kate Raworth, an Oxford professor, and her thoughts on the donut economics, or the donuts economy, and they try to, let's say, change the local economy. I will explain you in a moment what this donut economy means. It's very much about sustainability. It's very much about ecological ways of changing your economies. And she wrote a book, Professor Kate Raworth, called Donut Economics, which teaches you 7 ways to think as a 21st century economist. And the interesting thing about this book is that it is not just your traditional economic thinking about only economic growth, but it also looks at other factors. It doesn't look only at profits for companies, it also looks at other obligations that companies have and other contributions that company can make to the society. Professor Kate Raworth is adopted by our university as a professor, but she's also an advisor to the city of Amsterdam, to the mayor of Amsterdam. So Amsterdam, as you know, the capital of the Netherlands, tries to transform its local economy into a zero emissions economy and an economy that gives back to society. Can we please move to the next slide? Here's our location. Our location in the red, you see the Netherlands, a very small country in the northwestern part of Europe. Our big neighboring countries, as you know, Germany, Belgium, France in the south, and then the UK on the other side of the North Sea, of the ocean. Yeah, just to see on the right-hand side of this slide how far we are removed from Indonesia. I think 6 or 7 time zones away from you. And we are just a small country here in northwestern Europe, with Amsterdam being the capital. I myself am living in The Hague. The Hague is not the capital, but the government is located in The Hague, which is just about 45 minutes from Amsterdam. Let's move to the next slide, please. Can we, yeah, thank you. This slide, of course, shows you, and you're probably aware of them, all the sustainable development goals as set by the United Nations. In this slide, we see 17 sustainable development goals, ranging from no poverty, zero hunger, education. Number 4 is, of course, very important because we are working in universities, but also other are very dear and important to us. I'm not going to repeat them now, but there is, of course, a number also related to ecological problems. What is very important for me is not to see, and that's also the reason why I show you this slide, not to see the SDGs in isolation. So you cannot focus only on, let's say, no poverty or on proper education. They always come together. And that's exactly what I will try to do in this short talk that I have with you. I will try to link a number of SDGs together, ecological ones, to business education and to the role and responsibilities that we have in universities. So can we please go to the next slide? Thank you. Can we please move to the next slide? Yeah. This is an example of one of the SDGs. I'm not certain to what extent you are familiar with those. So SDG number 1, Sustainable Development Goal number 1, is in very broad terms about no poverty in the world. But in order to attain this, the United Nations has set a large number of targets. So each of these 17 SDGs has between 4, 5, and sometimes even 11 or 12 sub-targets. And those are quite detailed. And what I like about it is that it is an approach that is also measurable. So it is not just saying no poverty in 2030 in the world, but it tells us how we can reach those goals and what it exactly should entail. So for example, we read here by 2030, eradicate extreme poverty for all people everywhere, currently measured as people living on less than $1.25 US a day. Or maybe the last one, 1.5, by 2030, build the resilience of the poor and those in vulnerable situations and reduce their exposure and vulnerability to climate-related extreme events and other economic, social, and environmental shocks and disasters. Also, I think very topical to what we discussed today is 1.5, because it is indeed often the poor and vulnerable all over the world that suffer most from climate change. I think that we see that a lot in Asia, of course, but we also see it more and more in sub-Saharan Africa, but even in Europe, and I will show you some sheets later about this, the people that suffer from climate change are often the more low-income earners. Can we please move to the next slide? One other SDG that I will speak a bit more about today, and for which I ask your attention, is quality education. This is a conference organized by Airlangga University, a very important and highly esteemed university in Indonesia, in Southeast Asia. I myself, of course, am from Amsterdam, from The Hague, from the Dutch university system. And I think that together we have a role also in educating younger generation, the new students, and see how we can offer them quality education that also makes the students aware of the SDGs, of what they can do in their own personal lives to attain those sustainable development goals. We can, of course, write about it. Academically speaking, we can set goals, but it's also, of course, our task as educators, as people in academia, to see that we ourselves help attaining the SDGs. That is important, that we stick to that and that we do our best to do so. Here again, SDG number 4, as described by the United Nations, has many sub-standards. Here you see 7, and I will again read 1 or 2 just to give you an impression of how we can reach those. The first one, by 2030, ensure that all girls and boys complete free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education, leading to relevant and goal 4 effective learning outcomes. So you set a number of things that children have to learn. But let's also, for example, take number 4, 5. By 2030, eliminate gender disparities, and so see that both boys and girls have the same rights in schools. So number 4.5, eliminate gender disparities in education and ensure equal access to all levels of education and vocational training for the vulnerable, including persons with disabilities, indigenous people, and children in vulnerable situations. So we see in many countries, for example, that certain indigenous people or certain people with disabilities do not take part in education. The last one, I also think it's important to notice, because it is again also about ecological aspects. By 2030, ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, amongst others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, I think also an important topic for Indonesia, global citizenship and appreciation of cultural diversity, and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. Now, this is exactly what we try to do in our business school. We try to see that young people, although here, of course, already at age 17, 18, when they come to university and they stay for 4 or 5 years with us, that they do not only become business professionals, as you would learn in a business school, but that they also get in their quality education all the things it needs to make them responsible citizens that know about the SDGs and that can also, in their business doings, in their dealings when they work as professionals after their graduation, can help to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. So our students are often a sort of change makers in the companies when they enter there, because they have the intellectual abilities to know about the SDGs and to help the companies making the world a better place, to make the world more sustainable. Let's please move to the next slide. The next slide is on SDG number 8, decent work and economic growth. Here I will not read so much, but because I'm an economist myself and because business and economics are of course very closely related, I took out, I singled out this SDG as well, number 8, because it is about work, decent work for everyone, and economic growth. I will just read one or two here. Not the first one, but I would like to read here, for example, number 9 and number 10. Number 9, by 2030, devise and implement policies to promote sustainable tourism that creates jobs and promotes local culture and products. I think also for Indonesia, a very important goal. We can also look at
recording in progress.
Okay, thank you. I see it's now being
recording
recorded.
Stopped.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And number 10 reads: strengthen the capacity of domestic financial institutions to encourage and expand access to banking, insurance, and financial services for all. So, as an economist, of course, when people want to set up their own business or need to set up their own business, there is often unequal opportunities to financial resources, to the banking system, to other financial resources. And one of the goals, of course, to have decent work for everyone and economic growth is to see that people have access to finances. All right, let's move to the next slide, please. Can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. The next slide is on donut economics. I mentioned before that Professor Kate Raworth, who is a scholar at Oxford University, published a book around 10 years ago in 2012, in which she designed the idea of the donut economy. Is a sort of modern economic thinking. She was very tired of only looking at profits, profits for companies, in financial profits, in financial gains, where companies and where people and where societies are forgetting about more crucial, central values that we have. And for that, she designed what she calls the donut economy or donut economics. On the right-hand side, you see what it means. The donut is a round shape. Within the middle, of course, an opening and an opening on the outside. So the green one here, you should see as the economy, as the donut economy, and she calls it a safe and just space for humanity. So everyone on the planet should be safe and have a place to develop. That is the donut. And what she does then is on the outside of the donut, say what we are doing too much. And on the inside of the donut, she tries to tell what we're doing too little. So we see, for example, that on the outside of the donut, on the top, there is climate change. So our actions, what we do as humanity, lead to a lot of climate change. We also see on the top, for example, that we pollute the oceans. We also see, for example, on the outside that we pollute the air. We also see, for example, that we spoil the freshwater systems on the world. So everything on the outer side of the donut, we overstretch. We do too much. Then on the inside of the economy, we see what we do too little. We see, for example, that we pay too little attention to housing. We see that we put too little attention to gender equality, that we put too little attention to give a voice politically to everyone, that we give too little attention to peace and to justice, that we give too little attention to education and to health. So this opposition of, on the one hand, doing things too little, a shortfall, she calls it, and on the other hand, doing too much when it comes, for example, to pollution. That is something that 𝐀𝐍𝐆𝐆𝐀, Professor 𝐀𝐍𝐆𝐆𝐀 says, no, we should make the donut in a different, we should make it broader. Huh? We should do more on the inside and less on the outside, and then you have a much healthier economy for all of us together. So this idea of the donut economy has been adopted by Amsterdam, by the city, to make our local economy in Amsterdam according to the donut economy. So put more emphasis on gender equality, for example, see that everyone has proper housing, but also see that we do less air pollution and that we do less, for example, pollution of the oceans. So in fact, we should focus more on the inside and do less harm on the outside. That's what the donut economy is about. And in our own business school, in the Amsterdam Business School of Applied Sciences, we try to see that all this thinking is integrated in our courses. And I will speak a bit later how we do that. For example, we offer courses in sustainable development, in sustainable finance, in sustainable marketing, in sustainable HRM, and all these things together help raising a new generation of students, of graduates that can implement this donut economics, more balanced economy, into the Dutch and European economy. Can we please move to the next slide? Here you see a different picture again, maybe a bit clearer. It's in fact the same picture, where I like to here maybe emphasize a couple of other things. Also, I think of importance to Indonesia. For example, biodiversity you see here on the outside, but you also see something like the use of food on the inside. The social foundations of your society should be such that everyone has a right to food, to water, to energy, to housing, to education. And with 𝐀𝐍𝐆𝐵𝐆𝐻, we believe that all together in business education, we can help attaining these goals. Can we please move to the next slide? When we talk about economic development in Europe, we of course realize that Europe overall is quite a rich and a prosperous part of the world with a strong European economy, would we also see that income disparity or income inequality in Europe is quite big. In this graph, you see on the right-hand side a couple of countries where inequality in income is very high. So you see, for example, that Serbia is the highest one, Turkey also quite high, and all the countries in the Balkan, in former Yugoslavia, have quite high differences in income between the poor and the rich. If we then look at countries where income disparity is very low, then we see, for example, that a country like Czech Republic, but also Finland, has rather low income disparity, meaning that income is really distributed quite equally over the population. I think that in Indonesia, for example, and in a number of Asian countries, you also see a very large inequality in incomes among the population, meaning that a relatively small group holds a very large percentage of the GDP in its hands. Here you can see the Netherlands is not doing bad, it's also not doing the best, but we can see that, of course, after taxation, also income disparity in the Netherlands is small, so meaning that more or less income is divided quite equally over the population. So in that sense, the Netherlands is going into the right direction, and it's something also that our population supports. People are willing to pay taxes, and people are willing to see that income is distributed equally over society, and that the strongest shoulders, the richest companies, the richest business people should also contribute to equality in the country. Let's please move to the next slide. I'd like to take 10-15 minutes or so of your time to think a bit now, where does this sustainable development concept come from? Is it not something new? Is it something that we only witnessed the last 5 years or so? And the answer is, of course, no, it's not. Can we please move to the next slide? In the next slide, I show you what sustainability stands for, a couple of definitions. I will read one or two of those. Sustainability is the capacity to support, maintain, or endure, so to keep going. It can both indicate a goal and a process. So sustainability can be a goal, but you can also move towards sustainability. It can be maintained at a certain level, as in sustainable economic growth. So you can say we want a sustainable economic growth with a circular economy where there is continuous growth, maybe in GDP, but also in other measures. You can, of course, defend sustainable development as in definitions of good corporate practice. So how do companies behave to help in attaining sustainable economic growth? And the last one, sustainable economic growth and sustainable ecosystems might be mutually exclusive. So when we speak about sustainable economic growth, we're also talking about companies that act responsibly and that work with sustainable ecosystems. Can we please move to the next slide? These SDGs, these Sustainable Development Goals, are of course only made in 2015, as we will see in a moment, and the targets were set for 2030. So the United Nations, or all of us together on this planet, has given ourselves about 15 years to attain those. The history, of course, of these Sustainable Development Goals is much older. Here in this sheet, you see a publication by the Club of Rome, a group of scholars that published a report in 1972. So that's almost 50 years ago, in which they predicted pollution, overpopulation, and us on the planet exhausting our natural resources. That report in itself, of course, did not come as a surprise. It was, again, a conclusion of researches made in the 1960s and in the early 1970s by For example, the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, seeing that things were hopelessly going wrong in the world. The objective in those days was very much to attain levels of sustainable economic growth and high standards of living for everyone, but definitely we used too many of the resources that the world offers us, and hence the report by the Club of Rome that signaled or that asked for change. So this is a sort of predecessor, I would say, of what we see now as the SDGs. So after 1972, after this report of the Club of Rome, a lot of action was taken and a lot of new reports came about. Can we please move to the next slide? In this slide, you see what happened after 1972. We see that in 1988, there was the first intergovernmental panel on climate change, where greenhouse gases were discussed and global warming was discussed. Then we see that 4 years later, in the next summit, 1992, there was an Earth Summit in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, where for the first time, and that's why I mentioned this in this sheet, multinational corporations, MNCs, were also part of the conference. By that time, I think in the 1980s, governments realized that they could not only prevent climate change by having regulations set by the governments, but that you also need companies, in first instance, large companies like multinational enterprises, multinational companies, to be part of the solution. So in the Rio de Janeiro summit in Brazil, a large number of MNCs was present. Then again, 4 or 5 years later, there was the big conference that you probably know in Kyoto, in Japan, by the way, the place where I studied my graduate studies. And there are new regulations came up, again, also with multinational corporations being there to set goals, concrete goals for bringing down the number of, for example, greenhouse gases. Then, a couple of years later, a very important conference took place where the Millennium Goals of 2000 were set, and those Millennium Goals were not only about climate change, they are very much about the fighting of poverty, in fact, the eradication of poverty, and a number of other goals were set. Now, these goals, these Millennium Goals that were set in 2000, were to be attained in 2015, in 15 years. But when we all saw that we couldn't reach those in such a short time span, maybe also to the disappointment of some people, a new set of rules or a new set of goals, objectives was set, and those we call the Sustainable Development Goals. These Sustainable Development Goals were set in 2015, and they have to be reached in 2030. Now, I don't think that we will reach the Sustainable Development Goals all in 2030. That's much too quick and impossible, I think. However, we do our best. But I do think it gives all of us in the world, both there in Southeast Asia, but also in China, in Europe, and in the US, at least a set of objectives, a set of goals that we together can work towards too. And in that sense, I'm quite optimistic about these SDGs, and I'm also quite optimistic when I see how young people in our universities embrace the SDGs and tries to work on them. Let's please move to the next slide. Yes, I think we have no time to show you this video, so we can move to the next slide, please. But if you're interested in looking more into the SDGs, you can click on a couple of the video links that I have in my presentation. I think that when we talk about attaining the Sustainable Development Goals, we have, of course, to think about the institutions that we have to reach those. It is very much about integrating different dimensions. And here I cited a number of those. The first bullet reads, we have to integrate environmental, economic, and social dimensions of responsible management of natural resources. I think more than the Netherlands, Indonesia, of course, has abundant natural resources, and all of these have environmental, economic, and social aspects to it. And the combination of those is, I think, what we need to do to attain sustainable economic development. We have, of course, many organizations that help us with this, the United Nations itself, the World Bank, maybe also the Asian Development Bank, International Monetary Fund, the World Trade Organization, and so forth and so on. The approach that we take more and more is, of course, not only to look at profits, but to use the concept of the triple P. We look at people, we look at the planet, and we look at profits. Companies can, of course, not survive and not exist if they do not make profits. Companies, multinational companies, but also local businesses need to make profits, but it should be in balance with the other two Ps, with the planet and with the interest of the people. We see that, of course, consumption keeps on rising, in particular, of course, in fast developing economies, like China, for example, but also like many other countries. We see that consumption is rising, and that consumption, of course, also leads to more pollution and to problems with ecology. So that balance between the three Ps is becoming more and more important because, as we know, there is limited natural resources available, and there is an end to all the resources that we have at this earth. It also, I think, has to do a lot with distribution of resources within countries. I tried to show you a couple of minutes ago a sheet on income disparities in different countries, and it also has, of course, to do a lot with distribution between countries, rich countries and poor countries. But to end on a more positive note, when it comes to environmental degradation, I like to mention you what I call the environmental Kuznets curve. Can we please move to the next slide? This environmental Kuznets curve is designed just as a regular Kuznets curve to see what happens when countries start with economic growth. So on the horizontal axis, you see the GDP per capita, the growth in there. And on the vertical axis, you see the level of environmental degradation. So what we see is when economies start to grow in the pre-industrial economy, the pollution, the income increases, but also the pollution increases very much. Then, when you move to an industrial economy, you see that there is a turning point there. Your pollution still grows a little, and your GDP grows even more, but the level of environmental degradation is gradually getting less and less. And we see that once you move into a post-industrial economy, into a service sector-based economy, that your level of environmental pollution diminishes and gets smaller. And I think if we look, for example, in the case of China at this moment, and a very big polluter, and also a number of other economies, that we can also be optimistic in a way, because these countries are now maybe on the highest point of this curve, but in the future, when they move to a more post-industrial economy, their pollution will go down and they will be able to clean their countries. We can think, for example, of Japan, but we can also think of the Netherlands or Germany. Germany and Japan are now much cleaner than they were 30 or 40 years ago. And that goes for air pollution. The air is much cleaner in Germany or in Japan. The soil is much cleaner as 30 or 40 years in Japan and in Germany and in the Netherlands. And also the water is much cleaner as it was so many years ago. So once your economy develops and moves more into a service economy, we see that the environmental degradation diminishes, and even that the environment increases again, the health of it. Let's please move to the next slide. Thank you very much. I'm very much convinced myself, having worked in business and in academia, that, of course, the SDGs cannot be attained by only rules of the government. People have to work with the governments, and I think that more importantly, or equally important, the role of the corporate world, the role of companies is very important in attaining or reaching the SDGs. The private sector is very much important, and we see that more and more stakeholders, companies, people in companies are really genuinely interested in how to solve this sort of problem. You see here as the last bullet on this page, what I call the principles for responsible management education. PRIME, my own business school is a part of PRIME. It's a UN organization for changes in the curricula of business schools to transform management education. So what we try to do is educate the next generation, the younger people, in their business education to take fully responsibility for the SDGs and for things like pollution. The bullet point above this one reads as greenwashing. Greenwashing means that some companies make themselves look very clean while they are not clean in reality, and without having younger people that are going to enter the companies having a good knowledge about the topics, we are quite pessimistic. So that's why we try in our education to see that all the young people in business education get educated about these problems. And I will, in the next sheet, explain a little bit more about that. Can we please move to the next sheet? Oh, is it empty? Oh, there we are. Yes, so the PRIME network is a large network of business schools all over the world, both in Europe, United States, Asia, Africa, Latin America. Come together in regional chapters with other universities and discuss how we can organize our business education in such a way that we raise responsible business leaders. The purpose is, of course, to develop capabilities of students to become generators of sustainable business, of an inclusive economy. We also do this, of course, by inviting guest speakers from companies, and we also do this, for example, by offering MBAs. So the value here of the PRIME network is very much global social responsibility in the curricula. So if you work in a business, it's not only about the profit for your business, it's also about the other two P's that I've mentioned. Can we please? Yes, thank you. What do we try to do? We try to, I'm also involved in that myself. We try to write cases, create materials for responsible leadership. We do research together with corporations here in and around Amsterdam. For example, also together with 𝐀𝐍𝐆𝐆𝐀, where we bring together sustainable, social, environmental, and economic values. So we ask, or companies ask us to give them advice on how they can regenerate, how they can renew their companies to become more socially responsible. We work a lot with managers in companies. Our students do internships with companies, but the managers of companies also often in the weekends come to our school or take an intensive course in which we teach them about these principles of the business education. And I think very important, and that is, I think, also one of the goals, one of the objectives of your conference is that we have a dialogue about these things. No one can attain the sustainable development goals on its own. You need educators, you need students, you need businesses, you need governments, you need media, you need all sorts of civil society organizations together to see that you get to a more balanced economy where the SDGs are attained. Let me move to the last sheet, please. Last sheet is on SDG number 12 with responsible consumption and production. I think also important, some sort of moderation in your economic development. I will read here, for example, 12.5. By 2030, sustainability substantially reduce waste generation through prevention, reduction, recycling, and reuse. So very much going to a circular economy in which you not discard or burn your garbage, but in which you recycle, reuse, and reduce very much. And maybe the last one, 12.8, ensure that people everywhere have the relevant information and awareness for sustainable development and lifestyles in harmony with nature. So this is again very much related to number 4, to education. And that's what I think is very important, not to focus on just one SDG, for example, those on environment, but really to link it to businesses, to education, and to all the other SDGs. I think I'm coming towards the end of my presentation. Can we please move to the next slides? This is a picture or sort of infographics of sheet number 12. You can look at that later yourself. Maybe we can move to my last sheets. Thank you. Can we move to the next sheet, please? I think important to keep in mind is how we can really measure the impact that we have on the SDGs. It is no longer only the traditional GDP that we look at, outcome per capita, what people produce, but we have to look at things like the Human Development Index, how is education arranged, how many years can children go to schools, what rank do countries have when it comes to lifespan, what is life expectancy, how many years do children go to school, what is the purchasing power, what can people buy with their income. And for that, a famous Pakistani economist has developed the Human Development Index that I like to use with my students when we compare countries and when we compare regions. Let's move to the next slide, please. I think I'm coming also to the end of my presentation now, and it's also about time. I think I speak to you. Can we move to the next sheet, please? Yeah, this is something I like to, I'm not sure if you're aware of that. You can go to the SDG dashboard, in which you can, for every country in the world, find a number of indicators and see where the countries are when it comes to attaining the SDGs. Let's move to the next sheet, please. Yeah, this is a bit more how to measure the SDGs and how to measure development, the Social Progress Index. It's related to the earlier indexes that I've shown. So how do you now measure the basic human needs, nutrition, water, shelter, safety, the foundations for well-being, knowledge, education, communication, environmental quality, and what sort of chances should you offer people, the personal rights, the personal freedom, inclusiveness, and of course, access to advanced education. So all sorts of indicators, if you look at the SDGs, how people can be living in a safe world. All right, I think that brings me to the last sheet of my presentation, if I'm correct. 2 more videos that we can skip for the moment. And then the last one is I made a couple of discussion questions if you want to discuss those later without me. So what are now the major stakeholders when it comes to attaining the SDGs? International organizations, corporates, big companies, civil society members. Who are now the major stakeholders in your country or in other countries? What do you think are the greatest challenges to sustainability at this moment? And last, do you think that the SDGs are going to succeed in the next decade? Why or why not? And how can we help? Yeah, that would be my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And maybe we can look at a couple of questions that you put in the chat if you did so. Thank you for your attention.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your speech, Professor Rogier. I think it's really perfectly dismantle how the SDGs is and how we should assisting our paradigm, not only about it's a single system, but it's complex system from ecological and then economic, and then also you mentioned about the business itself. And then, to be honest, Professor, 𝐀𝐍𝐆𝐵𝐄𝐑𝐄𝐍𝐀, The Dogmatic Economy is one of my favorite books through the circular economy, because it's really give us the other perspective about how we treat our ecology to be more sustainable to the future. And then you also mentioned about the sustainable economic development, how we should make our economics more green, more clean, and also more sustainable. And I also cited one of it, it's environmental Kuznets curve, which is we are on the tipping point. Should we do to the good one, or we need to be have the climate doomsday or something like that? And also you also mentioned, I think it's a great point, how we should collaborate with the stakeholders, because as we know everyone that SDGs is a complex system, so we need to collaborate to make a more yield in a good way. And then in the last one, you also mentioned about how we measure the progress in SDGs itself, and it's simply we use gross domestic product to be one of the indicators. I think it's really amazing, Professor. Thank you very much. And for you guys, all the participants, if you want to ask, you could use our chat box and you could express your queries and also your question to the Professor Rogier, because I think it's really insightful. While waiting the other participant question, Professor, I try to dive deeper to the 𝐀𝐍𝐆𝐵𝐄𝐑𝐄𝐍𝐀 economy, if you don't mind. Because when I finished read this book, and then one question popped up in my mind, because on the other side, I also read the other kind of like book from Branko Milanovic, is give a critic for this book. Then he said that some people give indifferent to how well do compare to others and not really care about wealth and income. So in your perspective, Professor, how you overcome with these critics?
I think it is very difficult, and I also think in a way the debate is not, of course, totally new. It has to do with the interests of different groups and different people. It also has to do, of course, with the interests of very large and strong multinational companies. It also has to do with basic rights of people, and it also has to do with your political system that should at least be able to have a discussion and to set boundaries of what companies can do and what people are entitled to. Now we have, for example, just seen elections in Germany, and in Germany now we will see again quite a left-wing government with the Green Party and the Liberal Party in the government, and really going for a total speeding up their mix of energy. They're really going for a green economy. They're going for large-scale investments in greening their energy mix. And I do think with a democratic system, it is possible to attain these things. So maybe if you leave everything to the big capital, to the large companies, they would not do that. But the Germans always have very proper, open, transparent elections. And the people in Germany, the majority of the people this time have chosen for actually a more progressive, a more really for a balance between the three P's as we call them today. And the companies will also work with the government in attaining these goals. And there's also, of course, a judicial system or a system with laws that will force the companies to get along. So I'm quite optimistic in myself about these developments. But I also think, and that's maybe I also like to hear a bit about from you. You need, to my idea, you also need a sort of consensus. You cannot have a minority or a small majority of the people wanting to transform the economy. You need, let's say, 80–90% of the people on your side. And of course, these things go slowly. But we see also in the Netherlands and in other European countries, and I hope also in the case of the US, that more and more people support the change. And then I'm not very cynical. Then I think if we do it together, we as educators, we educate the new generation in the universities, they go out there in the companies. I see, for example, that my graduates, when they finish the school and they go work for example, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Deloitte, and the large companies also, the companies also want to help the other companies in becoming greener. So I think we are going in the right direction, but it takes an effort of all of us together also to overcome cynicism and people who are skeptical about it. But I do think, just as we are here together with a large group of people thinking about this problem, and if we, it's maybe like throwing a stone in the water, the ripple effect. So if we all continuously preach this, but also act according to it, then we will get there. So I'm quite optimistic about this. And again, Amsterdam is also quite a progressive city. We have a bit the same problems as Jakarta, also that our cities are sinking into the water. So we are also confronted with floods from the sea, floods from the rivers. So we know that the threat is real and that we cannot continue like this. And I think the majority of the people, last summer here in Europe, we also had a number of big floodings from the rivers that come from Switzerland and from Germany. And people realize, the houses were damaged. A couple of people drowned also in Germany, even more than here. People drowned in the water. So people realize that climate change is really a problem and that we do have to act, and it's nearby. And in that sense, when people vote in local elections and in general elections, they also more and more vote for people for governments that want to change that. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, Professor, for your answer. I think, I couldn't complain with your perspective, because we need to give our people the awareness that, the climate change is really happened, and also we are in the brink of the doomsday for the ecological problem. Right. Well, we have several questions, Professor, in the chat box. Let me read it for you. The first one is from Francinaga. He said that, what do you think, Mr. Rogier, with Dawkins' economy theory can be applied for Indonesia, because we have multicultural and 100 ethnic. However, for Netherlands, it's okay because we learned in the past how the IMF strategy wasn't made us better. What do you think of that, Professor?
Let me see. Let me reread. So you ask if the donut economy can also apply to I do think that the concept, of course, 𝐀𝐍𝐆𝐆𝐀 comes from the UK, but I wouldn't say that it is only applicable to the UK or to the Netherlands or to some European countries. And I don't think it has so much to do with the ethnicity or the different groups. I think maybe Indonesia is richer than many European countries in this sense, because you have so many ethnic groups with so many belief systems and so many ways of, I think, also living in the different islands of the archipelago with different experiences in dealing with nature, that you might even be better suited for that than we are. I think that that diversity that you have in Indonesia can maybe be an asset rather than something that works against you, I would think. I do think that, of course, Indonesia also has problems with some people are more left behind than others. So if you look at, I think, at income disparity in Indonesia, it can also be quite large. And Western and Eastern Indonesia, there's, of course, different levels of economic development. I can see that, but that's, I think, the case in many big countries, in China or also in the US, for example. But I would not see the large number of ethnical backgrounds as a disadvantage. I would rather see it as an advantage, as long, I think, as you learn from each other. So if you respect and look at the other and see what, I think some ethnical groups are probably stronger at developing some SDGs than others are. And if you bring those together, if you get the best out of both worlds, I would see it as an asset, and I would not see it as something that would work against it, not at all.
All right. So thank you for your answer, Professor. So we still need to learn from the other country and then adapt it to be implemented in Indonesia, as I'm not mistaken. So the second question, Professor, is still from Francine Naga. He also asked you about how can make the sustainable economic growth climate change ecosystem can be in line or balanced without making nature destruction.
This is of course a very difficult question, and the Netherlands is also a very big polluter, so we are not a very good example, to be honest. We are also late compared to some other countries in adjusting our economic system. What can we do? I think for me, it's two things. It is, again, the governmental policies. So now our government spends much more, for example, in electrifying the cars. So we are now really phasing out petrol cars. In 2030, I think we can only buy electric cars in our country. We see that we have now constructed big wind parks on the sea, just as Indonesia. The Netherlands has a lot of sea. So we are trying to move to wind energy, also to solar energy, which is a bit not as effective as in Indonesia because we don't have that much sunshine. We are in Europe coming to one European grid, one European network for electricity. So, for example, when the wind is blowing strong, and that's in summer, for example, there's not that much wind, then we need solar energy from Germany and maybe also from Italy and from Spain, maybe even from Morocco and some African countries. In the fall, in October, November, wind is blowing very strong, and then there is not so much sunshine and the days are shorter. It's still dark here, by the way, now at 7:15. So then we need more wind energy. And so this mix of energies is something we're working hard on, and that will help us definitely. We will bring back our greenhouse emissions very rapidly in the coming years, and we already have become successful there. It needs lots of investment. We are, of course, a very rich country, among, I think, the 10 or 15 richest countries in the world. So it's easier for us to clean the environment maybe than it is for Indonesia. I can see that. There's also, I think, a sort of imbalance there. The rich countries now request from many countries to clean the environment, where for these countries it is much more important, or there's not so much capital to do so. So I think we also need international solidarity. We should not look at, let's say, the donut. I gave the example of the donut economy for Amsterdam, and of course that's only an example. We should look at it worldwide. We cannot say you cannot clean only your own house if the neighbors are polluting very strongly. So we should show, I think, more solidarity there, try to work together. And for me, the solutions are, and that's a bit of a broad remark maybe, but the solutions are on the one hand in technology and investment, and on the other hand also in behavior of people. So if we, for example, look in my country, in the Netherlands, people quite rich, and everyone would like to go on holidays twice per year to Spain or to Italy by airplane. Now, that is, of course, not very sustainable if we keep on doing that. So on the one hand, I think the government needs to see that there is clean energy and that there is the infrastructure for example, the donut economy, but people also have to change their lives. In the Netherlands, for example, we eat now much more meat than my grandparents did. So, for example, when I talked to my grandfather and grandmother, who passed away already, they would eat meat only once or twice per week. And they were not very poor people, but there was just not so much meat. They would just eat eggs and fish and things which are around them. But then we see that people eat more and more and more steak and pork and whatever they eat. And it's not so much that the environment is really degraded because we have so many animals in the Netherlands, too many. And so now we will also have to change our behavior. And that's not something the government can do by itself. Of course, you can have a higher taxation for beef or for pork or for whatever, but people also have to change their own behavior with flying a little less, maybe eating meat 3 or 4 times per week and not 7 times per week. And I feel that there is a movement. We have now more people who eat vegetarian, or more people who eat meat, let's say 3 times per week, eat some more eggs, eat some more different products. So for me, it's a mix of behavior of the individual, for us as educators, trying to help young people to think about these things in the schools, and the government taking big measures.
Wonderful. Thank you for your perspective, Professor. And I think solidarity is still become a big deal because we still stick on the NIMBY perspective, not in my backyard perspective. So I think that's part of it. So let's move to the next question. It's quite interesting. Here's from Nadia, Professor. He asked about your opinion through the Green Climate Change Fund. Will it work to solve the climate change problem? Because from COP26, we learned that some developed countries already pledged that they will give a fund to make some mitigation to the climate change through the developing countries like Indonesia and so on and so forth. So what do you think about this Green Climate Change Fund? Yeah.
Well, I think that these funds cannot solve everything, but I think it set at least a direction. And I hope that by setting these directions and by making funds available, that there will be a sort of multiplier effect come about. And again, it's not only, let's say, international organizations, it's even not only national governments, it's also local governments, municipalities, civil society groups that can all do these things together. There is not enough capital available, and I think indeed that the rich countries should show much more solidarity and should also work much harder for developing countries. On the other hand, what I see here in Europe, and I understand it's a very rich continent, is also many civil society groups doing things. In my neighborhood, for example, there is a cooperation of the house owners, and they buy solar panels on their roofs together. They think that the municipality is too slow in providing solar energy, so people together put in some money, make some loan, and then they buy hundreds of solar panels and spread them over the schools, for example, in the neighborhood, and you can get your electricity from the school, or they put them on the church, or they put them wherever they do. So I think, again, on the one hand, the direction of these funds will help in allocating large sums of capital to national and subnational governments, and on the other hand, on a more grassroots level, we also will see developments, and I really hope that these things will come together. And I'm not a specialist in Indonesia, of course, but what I see, for example, happening in China is, yes, on the one hand, they alleviate 800 million people out of poverty, and that has had great environmental cost. But now, on the other hand, they're also trying more than other countries with big state interventions to really make their economy much cleaner. I think they also had a wake-up call. I'm not sure if you've ever been to China yourself. I've been there a number of times in Beijing, and the second time I came in Beijing was after a long flight from Amsterdam, and I think it was early in the morning. No, it was not so early, it was around 10 o'clock, and I walked out of the airport. We were picked up by the university professors, and it really looked dark. So I asked, why is it still dark at 10 o'clock? Because it should be light. And they said, no, in this month, the pollution is so bad that we cannot see even. It just looked like mist, cloudy. And I think that if you have wake-up calls like this, people also willing to change. And that's, again, what I think what's happening in China. If your children get sick because of the pollution, if they get lung diseases, if they get health problems, and that's where we are now, then people will act. And I'm quite hopeful that these large international conferences and the large funding will be a signal for all sorts of multiplier effects, where people on the grassroots level, on the municipalities, on the provincial levels, on the prefectural levels, invest and see that we really address the problems.
Wow. Thank you, Professor, for your answer. I think it's really quite amazing too, because you mentioned about several intervention through the policy and also to the economic in general. I think, Professor, due to the limits of time, we have a last question maybe, and it's the long one, but I try to elaborate it to make it more simple. And it's from Mr. Aditya. He pointed about the capitalism capitalism concept and the capitalism methodology, because previously you mentioned about the dominant economics, that it make ecology to become a subject, whether the capitalism is making it as object to be exploited. So how you think about this one, about the capitalism and stuff?
I myself am very much a proponent of, let's say, a moderate variety or a moderate type of capitalism. I think capitalism in itself is a good system. It enhances productivity. It enhances well-being of the people. I mean, the richest countries in the world are, of course, capitalist countries. But if you have a capitalist economy without any government interventions, maybe more the Anglo-Saxon American type of economy, then I think you can also go in very wrong directions. So I cited, for example, the German model, which I really admire, where you have a sort of moderate capitalism, also in Sweden and Norway and Finland, Denmark, also a bit in my own country, in the Netherlands. There I think you have entrepreneurship, people setting up businesses, growing the economy, but then there is also a government that redistributes the benefits of that economic development to all, so that you do not have too much economic disparity and not too many people out there in the cold. I also realized that the economic development of the West, of Europe, is, of course, in part based on colonialism, on doing things to countries in Asia, in Africa, and in Latin America. And I really feel that we should give back more there now. And I also think that the current generations are more willing to do so. And if the question is, will capitalism always lead to pollution? Then I would say it's not a system that is necessarily better or worse than other systems. So if we, for example, think about China, 1960s, Mao Zedong, one of the most poorest countries in the world at that point of time. Very funny, because around 1800, China was still a very rich country, and then it underdevelops very much. It has huge problems. It has starvation. It has poverty. And then from Deng Xiaoping, the country starts to modernize. The country starts to modernize its economy, but it also becomes a very big polluter, a very big pollution country. But now, with not the democracy, they're still also able to to clean up the country. So I would not say that one political system is necessarily better to address the problems of climate change. You can also say, if you have a very strong government, like in China, you can maybe clean up your country quicker than we did here in Europe with all this consensus making. Because if you have one leader or one party, you can go quicker. So I wouldn't say that there is one system that is better to fight climate change than another system. It also, I think, depends very much on the historical pathway, on the local circumstances, on the people that are living there. But I do strongly believe with Indonesia, with China, with Europe together, that you can only do it in dialogue together, and find solutions that are mutual, that mutually work for all of us. So the cooperation for me is really key in that. And if to what extent capitalism helps in, let's say, fighting climate change, I find it difficult to give a general answer in that, because at this moment Europe is doing a bit better than the United States, for example, but China is also doing well in certain respects. So I find it difficult to link it one-to-one.
Wonderful. Thank you for your insight, Professor. I think so basically capitalism is not a problem, and I think human greediness is not a problem, because what, like Mahatma Gandhi says, the earth is not cut cover 7 decades, but it's doesn't enough for the 7 people that greedy. Thank you very much for your insight, Professor. I think it's really pleasant and also insightful discussion. Due to the limit time, sorry, participant, we cannot continue the session, so we will close the session. But before we close it, Professor, do you have any closing remarks or maybe the last sentence for us?
No, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to this important conference, and I also hope that I can visit you. I've been before to Surabaya, to your university. I hope after the pandemic is over that I can come again and meet with some of you, or maybe many of you, in person, and to continue the dialogue. Also feel free to maybe you can give my email address. Feel free to contact me anytime for a dialogue or for a talk. And if you come over to Europe or to the Netherlands, feel also welcome to contact and visit my university. And looking forward, to learning from you. I'm also interested in Indonesia and in the developments there, according to the SDGs and your SDG Center at Airlangga University. So I hope we can keep in touch and hopefully also meet in person at some point of time.
Wonderful. Thank you for your word, Professor. But before I close the session, I will lead a photo session, Professor. So that's a documentation. So for you guys who still don't open your camera, or turn on your camera, and then we will take a photo with Professor Rogier. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, the count is come from me. The committee, could you help me? Okay, so 3, 2, 1, cheese. All right, perfect. The next slide. Okay. All right, I think the committee is already gave us the sign, and thank you once again. Thank you very much, Professor Rogier. It's an honor for us to have you as one of our distinguished speakers for this session, because I thought you give us an enlightenment about the climate change, how we solve it, how we attain the SDGs, and so on and so forth. And nice to see you in the future. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much for hosting. Thank you. Hope to see you again. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. So when we close the session, and then I will pass the virtual stage back to the Miss Ananda. One second. Yeah, the floor is yours. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
The climate change. Thank you. Thank you very much for Mr. Rogier and Mr. Wahyu for a very insightful discussion about the climate change. Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, today we have a productive and inspiring time together, and this event is about to come to the very end. I hope you found the presentation and discussion on this conference are informative and helpful. But before we move to closing agenda, I'd like to ask for all the participants to fill below the Padlet and link in our main chat Zoom. All the participants can write down in the link about your testimonial for attending this Airlangga International Conference 2021, and your testimonial can be seen in our screen sharing. Amazing. Wow, so insightful. I want to join for the next year. Yeah, we really excited for your participant in the next events. Such a great conference. Mr. Rogers is a very epic. Yes, I absolutely agree with that. And such a great conference. Yeah, I totally agree. And then all the speakers are really amazing. Thank you very much for all the participants for your great and awesome enthusiasm. The event was so amazing. A good job, so insightful, such a great conference, such a faithful conference. The seminar is so amazing. Good job. Hope there will be Airlangga International Conference in 2022. Yeah, of course we do. Amazing. Thank you for held this event. This event has provided us a useful knowledge and so insightful, amazing, cool, agreed. Such a wonderful seminar. Thank you for all the participants for attending this seminar, the conference. But on behalf of committee, we would like to send our deepest gratitude and thank you to Blooming Inc., which has participated in the Airlangga International Conference 2021 as our event sponsor. To all amazing speaker and moderator, also to all participants and committee to make this event a success. Now I would leave you with a quote by Stewart Brand, an author and innovative thinker who once said, "We can see the past but not influence it. We can influence the future but not see it. Let us all be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout the conference and be able to see and influence our future." I'm Ananda Amalia, and it has been my big pleasure to host Airlangga International Conference 2021. We look forward to seeing you at the next year event. Thank you very much, and see ya.
The 4th of July, 'cause baby you're a firework. Come and show me why your words make them go as you shoot across the sky. You don't have to feel like a waste of space. You're original, cannot be replaced. If you only knew what the future holds, after a hurricane comes a rainbow. Maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time you'll know. You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby you're a firework. Come and show me why your words make them go as you shoot across the sky. Boom, 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 even brighter than the moon, moon, moon. It's always been inside of you. Now it's time to let it through. 'Cause baby you're a firework. Come and show 'em what your words make 'em go as you shoot across the sky.
It's true that all that you know is all that you want. You said that it's all that you want and more. Fuck off and pour another drink. Tell me what you think. You know that I'm too drunk to talk right now. You put your cigarette out on my face, so beautiful. Please, woman, don't break your back for me. I'll put you out of your misery. Tell me that it's all okay. I've been waiting on this all damn day. Call me in the morning, tell me how last night went. convince me and tell me all the things that you have against me. Every time we make up, the truth is fading. Everybody's blind when the view's amazing. Damn, who are we?